Hello. So, I think I figured out how to set up my earbuds to work decently well. I only have one in, and my worry was that uh, a single one I would lose out on the stereo sound on the right side. But apparently, when you only have one out of the little pod, um, it funnels it all into the left one, so I don't have to worry about not being able to hear the stuff on the right. And there's also a transparency mode on these, so I can kind of hear a bit better. Like I can hear myself speak better. It's not as muffled. So let's see how this works out. So yesterday, we got Anarchy. We were very excited about it. And then we found a different sword that was way better because it actually had, you know, decent durability on it. What's the name of the sword? Gaujan? Something like that. And now today, where do we leave off? Not Gandalf. Where were we? Where is this? We're in Galsea. Right. So I think the plan was we were gonna go down this way, go towards a Necrom, come down here, and come back up, and then go west. Yeah. Does OpenMW have a limit on how many saves you can make? If it does, I haven't found it yet. Summoning a Shehai requires a Magicka, according to the Memory Stone of Mekalaleki, a former Ansei. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nivalis is the one island north of the Tavani Peninsula? Yes, that's where we started. Right up here. What? Have they been waiting all this time to kill me? They've been waiting 24 hours to get us. Do I have anything that can heal us? Oh, I remember we killed this guy, but his shock shield killed us because it was a shock shield. Do I have anything to heal with? Nope. Does that heal health or fatigue? That heals health. Easy. Varicel. I like to think Naravarine set sail to Akavir from Nivalis. I feel Necrom would be more poetic. And he took Naravar's Bonewalker with him. The summoning of the Shehai requires Magicka as Redguard sword singing. Hmm. So sword singing requires Magicka. That's interesting. so it's not tonal. Or maybe they have to. Maybe the summoning doesn't cost magicka. It's you have to cast a spell that you're not aware you're casting beforehand to focus yourself. It's like a 4 to 5 focus spell, and then you can sing tonally and summon the thing. Oh, this is where the... Oh, damn it. This is the Fighters Guild, Yeah, this is the Fighters Guild quest we get sent here during one to kill the Winged Twilight. Wait, I might have an absorb. We do. What's the Yakuden aspect of Kinnereth, if there is one? I believe the Yakuden pantheon is pretty different. Like, it's its own thing. It might have merged with other Tamrielic aspects or Tamrielic pantheons, but for the most part, it's supposed to be something distinct. Shouts don't take magicka? It's because shouting is easier than sword singing. Maybe. You know, it's like actual... Shouting is easy, singing is more difficult. And then what the Dwemer do is they create, like, dissertations, tonally. So that takes even more effort. I'm sure, though, if the next Elder Scrolls game is in Hammerfell, the Yakuden Pantheon is going to become one-to-one with the Divines, and it's going to be made way more boring. There'll be, like, offshoots that you can talk to for, like, 5 minutes who talk about the old Pantheon or something. Glass spear. Can't take it though because we can only have one weapon at a time. It's kind of a bummer that in Skyrim the Nords refer to Kinnereth as Kinnereth and not Kine. Yeah, I know they're supposed to be the same thing, basically, but I don't know. It's just kind of... It's kind of a shame. Something I appreciate in ESO, different cultures still use their cultural names for deities. Maybe the idea is that in the Fourth Era, there was enough cultural mixing that the Nords started using the imperial names just naturally. Nords abandoned all their gods in favor of the Nine. Well, aren't their gods the Nine? They're just different interpretations of the same entities. With Shor being the big guy. I know in the original lore, Alduin was supposed to just be the Nordic aspect of Akatosh. But that changed a bit. mean, if the Nords came to believe that Tiber Septim and Talos were Lorcan, or were Shore, then I can understand why they would worship the Divines. Or at least Talos. Is it raining? It's fun to guess. Nope. Alright, so let's go south and then east. I wonder how home the Nords will tackle the Imperial versus Nord faith. It'll be interesting. We also gotta, remember it's been 200 years. It's 200 years between Morrowind and Skyrim, and a lot can happen in 200 years. So, I mean, just look at how religions evolved in real life in a short span of time. $200 is an amount of time Devaith Fair might even notice. Yeah, exactly. I hope we learn what he was up to. Like, what happened to him after the Red Year. I mean, he couldn't have died. If Nelith survived, Devaith Fear survived. Saint Alessia merged the Nordic pantheon with the Aldmeri to create the Eight. Then Talos came along. Did the... Well, if the Eight Divines are actual divines, like if they're actual entities, then it would make sense that the Nordic pantheon and the Imperial pantheon, like all the pantheons, would have overlap. Because they're worshipping, actual entities, right? They're all building off the same group. The reason why the Yakutan pantheon is different is because Yakutans are from a different... allegedly, from a different Kalpa. Who's tagging me? It's you. Meeting Nelith again was such a treat. Yeah. I really love the... like, the not disinterested, but like the... Actually, no, actually is the right word. The disinterested wizard archetype. I don't know what it is about that. It's just so fun. Not uninterested, but disinterested. Nelith is so old he has problems with his knees, according to Morrowind dialogue. Well, maybe since Skyrim he discovered some... Maybe it was the humidity of Morrowind that was causing him problems. So when he went to Solstheim, it fixed his knees. The dry air of Solstheim. Helped with his knees and his tuberculosis. He's gonna sleep with a skeleton. Literally, not like that. Is this an orc skeleton? I like how this is called an abandoned shack. It's not abandoned. The guy who lives here died. There should be a puddle underneath the hammock of just his corpse juices. That's how I sleep, jaw dislocated and all. Are you a snake? The wood absorbed it. Well, they'd still be stains, right? Somebody named Dr. Traven just followed. That's the Archmage of Cyrodiil. Traven.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Lord Chaos Longshot, for the prime. Is Radagast disinterested or just high? Radagast that's the Wheel of Time guy, right? Or am I thinking of something else? I've never read Wheel of Time. I've consumed no Wheel of Time media. Radagast is Tolkien? Oh, well. Well, who's the character in Wheel of Time that sounds like that? A similar sounding name. My alchemy level 11. Gracelyn? No. Who's the main character in the Wheel of Time books? Like the first character, the first guy. Or is it Randall? Or Rand? Randall, yeah, Randall Thor. Rand Althor. Yeah. Randall. See, it's not a fantasy name unless there's a comma. Or an apostrophe. Radagast lives in the forest with his animal friends and has bird nests under his wizard hat. He looks like a hobo. I like him already. Oh, is he the meme? No. That's a different guy. Oh, that was Gandalf that said that. Okay. Is there a Digimon named Saruman? Let's say yes. Should we get the Ebony Blade? Or is the Ebony Blade still here? It was said last time that the Ebony Blade is associated with the Morrowind quest in Narcissus. So now I'm curious. This place looks cool from above. Yeah, but it's full of spiders. And where is, oh, there's Mephala statue. Off in the distance, as you can see. Hello, Deathtron Hammer. Good morning. The Morrowind quest tells you to go here. Ah. Okay, cool. Let's see. Let's go get the Ebony Blade. Let's see how it works. I love how you can cheese fall damage if you have a slope. Are Dredrea and Spider Daedra the same thing? I believe so. What are these called? Spider Daedra. There used to be NPCs that were in Tamriel Rebuilt that were called Dredrea, but they might have changed them to Spider Daedra. Probably because Dredrea is hard to say. At least for me it is. And obviously anything that's hard for me to say, they have to change immediately. Because I'm the king. How far into the walk are we? We're here. Maybe like halfway. We're going to be taking scenic routes as well. Do you think they eat the male Spider Daedra after they mate? Well, actually, Daedra probably don't have to mate, do they? Although it's Mephala, she probably makes them. Like, she probably created them to have to reproduce sexually. Oh my god, I'm being swarmed. Orcs are so extra, I love them. Mephala's a freak like that? Well, exactly. If they don't, why would they look like that? That's where they keep their snacks. Those aren't boobs. They're storage device. The males are Perthans. I think Perthan Vorn. I think that was the guy's name. Are there other Perthans? The hurt yell is very much a grandpa sneeze. That's exactly what it is. Usually in nature, male spiders are able to escape. Yeah, but it doesn't mean the females aren't going to try. It's less that spiders will eat their mate. It's just that spiders will eat anything that's in their web, including a mate. Like, I like spiders and all, but I'm not going to pretend they're not a little dumb. Just be like, wow, that was great. Ooh, food. Like, they're just going to immediately forget. I did actually witness a pair of spiders trying to, or a male spider trying to entice a female spider once. There was an orb weaver that had built its web, like outside of one of our windows. Like just, well, it wasn't outside the window, but it was in a location where you could see it from the window, right? And we just left it alone because it wasn't in a very obstructive area. And every night it would tear down the web and build a new one. They do that every night. They eat them. They eat the web and then they make a new one. Very industrious spiders. But then I saw a male kind of like walking down one of the threads, and it would just pluck at it. Do these little, like at the edges, just a little ding, 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 kind of like tell the female it's like, hey, how you doing? Right? I don't know what happened, because, they take a while to sort out, the exchanging numbers and everything. But it was interesting to see. The males are so small compared to them. They are so much smaller. dead. It's fun to see. I'm sure you've all seen the videos of the peacock spiders, the jumping spiders, doing their little dances. Those are cute. I don't know if they eat each other. What was the longest YouTube video you watched from beginning to end? From beginning to end? I don't know. A lot of videos I'll sometimes watch in, like you mean in one sitting? Because I don't know. I'm actually not one for like those really long video essays. Personally, I'm not a fan of them, just because I say this as a person who just uploaded an 80-minute video. But I don't think that was a video essay, I wouldn't say. I don't know, I feel like those really long video essays are... Surely you can pare it down by like 70%. Right? Like, I don't know how you can talk about... I don't understand the 9-hour Skyrim retrospective or whatever. It's like, are you just talking about every aspect of, like, you're just like describing the quests and stuff, like what I do in videos, but like all in one video? Like, why do it all in one video? You can make like 20 videos out of that. Not that I'm criticizing, I just don't get it. Like, I don't think I could make a video that long. Like, I don't think I'd have enough to say. Or at least I feel like I'd repeat myself a lot. Because I never do that. Rendering a video like that long sounds like a nightmare. I guess it depends. It depends on what quality you're going to be rendering it at. Like, so I render all my videos at 1440p, even though I record them at 1080p, because YouTube gives a better codec to higher resolution videos. So you basically trick YouTube into thinking it's a 1440p video, but it's not, and it doesn't actually negatively affect like the fidelity of the video, as far as I'm aware. If anything, it makes it better because you get a better codec. But for me, like an hour-long video rendered at 1440p probably takes... I usually do it overnight. So I don't know the exact amount of time. But it probably takes like 2 or 3 times longer than the actual length of the video. Like the VODs, even the 7-hour VODs that I do, they don't take longer than the actual VOD to render. But that's because I render those at 1080p. Because I don't really care about the codec on the VODs. When money is involved, you can inflate shit by 500%. This is how the world works. Yeah, but then people aren't going to watch the stuff if it's just fluff. But I've never watched the whole video, so maybe it's not fluff. Maybe there's actually genuine comments being stated throughout it. I don't know, I feel like I'd rather make every video about a specific topic rather than just a general everything about this game. Like, well, no, talk about a specific... Rather talk about a specific topic and talk about different games that contribute to that specific topic rather than just one game that... And talk about everything the game does. You know what I mean? What armor we got here? Imperial Temple Knight Cuirass. Our stuff is better. I think a lot of people like those extra long videos as background noise. Yeah. Ebony Blade. Absorb health 5 to 10 points. Silence for 15 seconds. Do we want this instead of Gujian? Gujian is 20 to 50. This is 10 to 40. Hello. I heard the pitter-patter of her little spider feet. Durability check. 8280. 4,000. I just think the absorb effect would be nice. You just hit them once and then walk away. And also I could use a shield with this. Yeah, she can have that sword. Katana for a katana. Why not both? Because it's against the rules. You need healing? Yeah, healing. Actually, yeah, the absorb health. Just having the healing would be... It would just be the best anyway. Now, how do we get out of here? Is there a fast way out? No, we gotta walk. We walk from here. Burden, drain agility, drain speed. Did I find the secret dagger in the underworks? I found a dagger in the middle of lava, so I believe that's the dagger you're talking about. Somebody asked what the hardest part about making Morrowind videos is. It's editing out all the random quick pausing that I do sometimes. Because my right finger just sometimes just like... And I don't want to be walking through the game and then this happens randomly. So I have to edit that out. And it's surprisingly easy to edit out because of how everything freezes. So you can just trim it and you can't tell. It's just annoying. Like finding the exact frames to cut at. I mean, I guess I don't have to do that, but it bugs me if I don't.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Goat Skull Gaster, for the prime. Oh, there's the dagger. Why did you decide one per gear slot restriction? I don't know. It'd be interesting. Oh shit, a rat. Seeing to reference that vine. Was that a vine? Is the oh shit a rat that old? I thought it was more recent. I thought it was like a TikTok. A Tic Tac. Speaking of katanas, is Akavir still a place? I assume so. Is this the place with the necromancer? No, this is the place with Mafala and her servant. Does anyone remember Yik Yak? I have no idea what that is. It was TikTok, but specifically for yak herders. A new Project Tamriel project is in the making. High Rock 427. But did they announce something different today? I thought that was already, like, a thing they were doing. They were just working on a bunch of different places at once. Excuse me. Is it gonna stop raining? Yik Yak was an app like Twitter, but it was vicinity-based, so it only worked in a small range, like a small town or a college campus. Oh, so it was like a digital bulletin board for the town. Doesn't Facebook have that exact thing? I guess the drawback is you have to use Facebook. I didn't make a Facebook until I was a senior in high school. And I didn't close my Facebook until I was a freshman in college. This was like, this stupid bullshit. The High Rock is going to start on the east side rather than the west and attach to the Skyrim mod. I thought well, I guess that makes sense, because the Project Tamriel people... Project Tamriel are doing Home of the Nords, right? They're also doing that? It's the same team? Because I know they... Part of the reason why they started on the west side of Cyrodiil was because they didn't want to butt up against Morrowind. So there wasn't any potential conflict between Tamriel Rebuilt and Project Tamriel. But if they're also But if it's the same team working on Home of the Nords and the High Rock thing, then it makes sense that they would, you know, do it together. I think part of it also is that at the time of Morrowind, the map was a little different, so Skyrim had a little more like the boundary between Skyrim and High Rock was a little more feathered. You know, like it wasn't clear exactly where one began and one ended. Like I think, well, this map doesn't work because the map they're working with has Markarth further east. If there was a cast on struck option for armor enchantments, would you use it? I mean, I might try it out in a video or something, but I probably wouldn't use it by default. Guys, a river. Oh, no, never mind. I heard a rumor that Tamara Rebuilt was going to move to Blackmarsh after mainland Morrowind was finished. Can anyone confirm if that's true or not? I think that's probably a plan.
So, where are you from?
Insofar that it's like this is a thing we want to do, but we have no like official commitments to it. Tamara Rebuilt has given Black Marsh away to Project Tamriel. They're not. I feel like Project Tamriel is biting off a little bit more. Too much. They're biting off more than they can chew. Like the Tamriel Rebuilt people are going to do Morrowind. Project Tamriel is going to do everything else. Like, well, work on one region at a time, guys. That's what I think. That's how I'd do it. But I'm not doing it, so I'm just an asshole who's saying things. It's easy to say things. It's very easy to say things. Probably the easiest thing. The only thing easier than saying things is thinking things. I wish I had thumbs. All these weird vice grip looking hands. You use the mage hand stance more than any other player in Morrowind I've seen. Well, it's because magic is... Because I gotta cast my spells. Well, it's because all those other Morrowind players are doing it wrong, because I am the best Morrowind player ever. I've never made a mistake. You can cast without that stance? No, you can't. Unless you're talking about a mod. I'm not casting it. Gotta put your hands up. What determines if a Guar is hostile or not? The way you look at it. No, I don't know. Maybe it's just setting an MCP then, because I can cast it without magic. Or cast it without lifting your hands. Yeah, it might be. There's another mod, it's called Quick Casting, where you just press the keybind, and it just, like, your hands go like, poof, and cast the spell. So it's more like Oblivion's magic. But, yeah. I need my weird grabby hands. I value my grabby hands. I love your videos. Well, I probably do. They're on my second monitor as background noise while I work or game. That's ridiculous. It's not that you do a casting animation, but the hands don't go into a stance. You can even cast while holding a weapon. Yeah, the mod I'm talking about, you could have a weapon out, and then you press the keybind. You could press a keybind for the spell, and it'll just cast the spell, and then you'll go back to your weapon, like Oblivion. Like the mod that made Restoration Magic look like you were pulling something. Yeah, that is a cool animation mod. Makes the magic feel more powerful. Like you're fighting some sort of primordial force. The Archmagister of Telvanni in TR has a ring that has Restore Magica cast on use. Really? You keep holding the weapon through the casting animation in mind? Well, whatever I'm talking about is different than whatever you're talking about, but I know there's something that there is a mod that I saw that I wanted to try out that does a similar thing to a lot. Like you don't have to switch to cast stuff. Like you could have your melee weapon out. You don't have to lift your hands, cast a spell, and then switch back. It just does it automatically. Alright, a charge. Oh, right, I forgot about the stupid sound effect. I never got around to figuring out which file it was. Nalad. Nalad and Tanagra. Or Darmok and Nalad at Tanagra. The distant scamp. Oh! Come on, jump. Replace the sound effect with the Tim Allen scream. Every time you attack. What's the most frustrating challenge you've done? I know yesterday you said vampire is probably your favorite. Most frustrating? Um, I don't know. Because I usually don't do the ones that are annoying. Like, if I'm not enjoying the challenge, I'm like, this isn't... If it's not enjoyable to play, it's not going to be enjoyable to edit. Although the Knights of the Nine with everything at level 1 was pretty rough. That fight with all the with all 9 or however many knights, that was a little annoying. But I figured it out. How much does it restore after 24 hours? Ooh, not much at all. That sucks. Cool. Can you beat Morrowind without ever facing forward? But isn't forward always, even if you're walking backwards, you're still facing forward because you're walking backwards? Because that's not forwards, this is still forwards. Otherwise, if that were forward, then walking this way would be walking forwards, but it's not, this is backwards. So that's backwards. Even if you walk backwards, it's backwards. So no. Still tempted to see how far you can get into a test game without saving. I mean, people have done no-hit runs, so you could beat the game. You just got to be worried. You got to be nervous about crashes. That's the problem. I keep going in circles. I'm waiting in a queue for a dungeon. That's what it is. Yeah, they said to roll as a tank, but what? Oh, the Shadowed Tomb. Spoopy. Because it's 2012. Is this supposed to be like this? Feels like a bug. This is a dungeon from the Temple quest line? Okay, so I shouldn't be here. Let's leave. Oh, maybe if... Oh, so if never looking forward, so I'd have to play like this the whole time? That'd just be annoying. Both to play and to watch. Tomorrow. Steel fire sword. Terrible. shield. Way out is this way. Can you beat Morrowind without levitation? Yes. I did. In the no magic run. Everything that requires levitation can be circumvented with a really angry orc. And you don't even have to do the back path. You can do the main quest without magic. Except at the end. You have to use Sundering Keening. Of course. Do jump spells count as levitation? No, but we didn't use any magic. But yeah, you could use jump spells instead of levitation. If your restriction is just no levitation. Can you beat Morrowind if it's Oblivion? The Levitation Act has retroactively banned levitation because of dragon breaks. Trying to jump Telvanni Towers sounds hilarious. Well, yeah, that's why you strip, you go berserk, 100 acrobatics, you jump really high. What's the name of the mod that I'm thinking of? Let me see. Is it this one? I think this is the mod that I was gonna try out. Called Quick Spell Casting. Cast spells with a single key press, similar to how it works in Oblivion, using standard spellcasting hotkey. Uses standard spellcasting hotkey. It might be a different one. One of them makes the animation really fast and weird, but another one doesn't. People ask if you could beat Morrowind, but never if you could befriend it. You can't befriend it. It's impossible. It craves violence. Live one, have you come to play my game? A prize could be all yours. All you must do is follow each clue and summon a Daedra to open the way. Fail and you'll pay. What is the prize, you ask? Patient, young one. A Telvanni lord must always take the long view. In time, if you don't die, you'll learn of your prize. Now, I'm going to ask you to summon a creature on the nearby platform. However, it wouldn't be much of a game if I told you what creature it was outright. We'll start easy for the sake of charity. Bring forth the most loyal servant of the Scourge of Mournhold. There, that should be enough for you to figure out. I'm guessing that'd be a Dremora, but we can't because we don't got no spells. So, this is interesting though. Okay, let me see. Let me see if, because I have the mod installed, I believe. Let me take a peek. Do I have it installed? Hold on. No. Oh, yes, I do. Right here. Quick spell casting. Let me turn it on just so we can see what it is. I don't know why it keeps defaulting to Gandalf. Yeah, so for the belt, it does that. It's not exactly ideal, but it's okay. I think there are some options to change how fast it works. Desktop jump scare. I have nothing to fear. It's functionally the same, but the hands popping up is weird. Yeah, I think it's probably like an auto hotkey sort of a thing, where it's like, oh, you press the button, but then it like says like, okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put the sword down, we're gonna put the casty hands up, cast the spell, and then switch back. Like it just does all those key presses behind the scenes. I don't know if that's exactly what's happening. But yeah, what's cool about Oblivion is you can cast spells through your sword. It's like cast a fireball down your sword. That's always fun. Yeah. Strength, speed, endurance. I like the headcanon that PCs have two sets of hands, but we can only see one at a time. Or one set at a time. How much rain do you think Morrowind gets? Do you think it's like a monsoon sort of a deal? Or do you think it's just like it has a dry season and a wet season? Or do you think it's just always mildly damp? Acid rain. You know, it's sort of like how there are a lot of cities in the United States that get more rainfall than London, but London is still known as being a very dreary, rainy place because it has more cloudy days than cities in the U.S. Cities in the rainiest cities in the U.S. just get a lot of rain in short periods of time. So I wonder, is Morrowind like that, where it gets a lot of rain in chunks, or is it just always kind of just like bleh? It's not uniform across it's not uniform across the province. That's crazy talk. This is everything is supposed to be you I don't know what I'm trying to say. There's desert planets, there's ice planets. That's how it's supposed to be. There's desert provinces and there's ice provinces. Variety in ecosystems, that's ridiculous. Ecosystems respect geographical boundaries. Or, yeah, geographical boundaries. geopolitical boundaries. Which, I mean, they kind of do, because if the border is on a mountain, the mountain's going to alter how the climate is, but... Ugh. Do you think Narcissus is the most comfy place to live in Morrowind? Not if you're poor. Am I carrying 2 mortar and pestles? Yeah. That mortars and pestles, they're not part of the rules. It's armor. It's equipment, specifically. I want to sell one. When we find a merchant, we can sell one. Trade it for some potions. Having a second one doesn't do anything. Well, no, if we put both down and we take both the pestles in our hands, we can mash stuff faster. Because that's how it works. Yeah, you dual wield the mortar and pestles. Exactly. I wonder how viable being homeless and broke at Morrowind would be. You'd probably get the blight. Or get scooped up and turned into a plantation slave. There's that hermit that you have to deliver food to. Up in Dagenfell. Or in the Shagorad region, rather. Isn't constant effect telekinesis fun? I didn't think it wasn't. I just thought armor would be better on the hands, but it's we could long distance agriculture. I just want 15 alchemy, so I could see my actual potion effects. It's like my only concern. Joining the Legion is an option. Yeah, but then you gotta fight. I feel like joining the temple would probably be... Well, that'd be tough, because you gotta go on the pilgrimage. They give you a uniform, don't they? This run is kind of a pilgrimage in its own right. It is. I'm talking about if you're just like a poor, destitute person. You know, would joining the temple be a good idea?
Go ahead.
You know, if you could just join and then be given, you know, food and board.
I'm listening.
Or room and board, not food and board. That won't be so bad, necessarily, if you were desperate. But it's not like you don't have to put in any work, you know? That pilgrimage can't be easy. Wish there was an underground railroad for slaves in Morrowind. Twin lamps. It's not super fleshed out, but it does exist. How do the pilgrimages work? Surely they give prospective temple members some shoes and food for their journey? Well, no, because if you can't make the journey on your own, you're not a prospective member. If you can't do it, they don't want you. You gotta put in the effort. You know, faith without works or whatever. I died. Is there a mod that expands upon the twin lamps? I don't know. I'm sure the twin lamps will have a huge expansion come... Oh man, we died pretty far away. We'll have a huge expansion come the inclusion of Drez lands. TR expands on twin lamps? Oh, they already do. Okay then. Never mind.
Speak, traveler.
Isn't board food? Yeah, that's why I corrected myself. I said room and board, not food and board. Which I only recently realized that the board in room and board meant food. I realized I never actually knew what it meant. I just was like, yeah, that's what it is. Room and board. This is what they say. Like I never thought about it. Was it traditionally served on a board or something? I think that's the idea. Like you get a board of food. A cheese board, let's say. Cheese and bread. Actually, it's a skateboard. That makes more sense. Oh no. We died in the Dwemer ruins. I'm now reminded of when lords used to provide bread for their tenants. Yeah, but then you have to work on a farm and give them half your crop. So, you know, there's probably not the best situation, regardless. I wouldn't want to be a serf. I don't want to work on a farm. What about a serf? Any interest in that? I'm not a good swimmer, so. And also, do you want to go in the ocean? Fish are fucking in it. Welcome to the stream, Bell. What cultures interest you the most in Elder Scrolls? Like top 3? I really like how it's very subversive with a lot of the things, because you know the Dark Elves, they said like, what if an evil culture actually, or what if this evil archetype actually had a culture, and like, you know, a societal structure that works with their evilness. Oh, Dark Elves, neat. You know, what if the high and mighty, you know, alien, beautiful archetype elves were actually alien and gross, and actually thought of themselves as high and mighty? How would they act? Oh, they're assholes. Cool. You know? What if the nature elves really cared about nature so much so that they won't even eat it? Oh, cool, they're cannibals. What do I imply by that? The Drow have culture, it just happens to revolve around a comically evil spider god? How does that sound familiar? Bosmer lore versus Bosmer in-game is very funny. Well, we only ever meet Bosmer who aren't in Valenwood. Except in ESO, it's different, but that doesn't count. That doesn't count because it might contradict what I'm saying. I bet Glarther is a cannibal despite not being green packed. I mean, if you're not killing things, like if you're not fighting people, you don't have to eat them. You know, you could be a Bosmer merchant. A Bosmer merchant's not going to be eating his kills because he's not killing people. I hope in the next Elder Scrolls game, Bosmer get the racial power. Like, yeah, they get like a racial ability to eat humanoids that they kill. You know, Fallout has the cannibal perk. Why can't Elder Scrolls? I don't get it. Oh, it would be... it would be so cool if they added... Sort of like how Starfield had background characteristics you could choose, which would alter how dialogue worked. If in Test 6 you could be like, you know, I'm going to be a super green-pecked wood elf, so if you kill something and don't eat it, you get like a debuff. Like, you know, your god looks down upon you. If you contract lycanthropy, you're debuffed because if Ray is like, oh, that's bad. You're not supposed to do that. Bad elf. Speaking of Bosmer, where did the whole antler thing come from? Is that old lore? Is that old lore that was beginning to make its way into games? Or new lore that is kind of being added retroactively? Well, there's one of the Bosmer face options in Morrowind has like little nubs. I think a big part of the idea is that Bosmer are they're very animalistic without actually being shapeshifted into animals because that's against the Green Pact. They're not allowed to shapeshift. I believe part of the lore is also that they use glamour to make themselves look better, but it doesn't work for males for some reason. So the males are ugly and the females are very pretty. And it kind of plays on that trope of, non-human races. The females are always gorgeous and the males are always gremlins. Just look at World of Warcraft races. The orcs are hulking abominations, but the female orcs are just muscular women. Same with trolls. The trolls are all hunched over, but the female trolls are just women. And don't get me started on the Tauren. Woof. Hmm. This area looks cool. Yeah, it's one of the older areas in the game, too. It's the Fallen Vale. Or older areas in Tamara rebuilt, specifically. Is what I mean. I think Telvanni is older. But they're like, I think the Telvanni lands are what, 2006? And this area is like 2008. Morrowind stands alone in making orc women canonically uglier, with the lowest starting personality of any race and gender combination. Yeah, I don't like that Skyrim prettied up the orcs. At least the orc females are a bit more pretty. I like the Oblivion remaster makes them look disgusting. Orcs in general are nightmares. I love the art direction the remaster took with the different races. They really feel unique. Like they all have a very different vibe. In the original Oblivion, like the Dark Elves and the High Elves just felt like the same elf, but with different. One was blue and one was yellow. Bosmer and Altmer were identical outside of their height, pretty much, yeah, and their skin color, even the same voices. I'm glad a lot of the Dunmer in the remaster used the Joshua Graham voice. Instead of the what's the name of that character from Star Trek? That voice, the Doctor, not I think from the Next Generation was it Neelis? That voice? No, not McCoy, not the original series, not that series. Neelix, yeah. Or the C-3PO elves. It's just so weird to hear a Dunmer talk like that. I don't know. It's just so delicate. I always thought Galbadir was an Altmer, but then I remembered she's really short. Well, she's not as tall as the Altmer, but she is taller than other Bosmer because the female Bosmer are taller. But yeah, she's a Bosmer. I started with Oblivion, so I was used to it out of the gate. I'm just thinking, just the background of Dunmer and the background of Altmer. Dunmer seem like they should come off as harsher and more, I don't know, brash. Although you could argue that the Dunmer in Cyrodiil are expats, or they weren't born in Morrowind, so they don't have that context. So they're a bit more. Oh, it's very good. Yeah. Oh my, you know. The Oblivion elf voice actor would work for Ethan Sarethi or Aryan. Maybe Aryan. Well, I don't know. The Telvanni are pretty tough. I feel like it would work for Hlalu. So it would work for, like, Drambaro, maybe. Or Helseth. I'm getting a phone call, 1 second. The problem with earbuds is make my ears itchy. But yeah, the voice would definitely work for Helseth. I feel like Helseth would put on the voice, because didn't he also cut his ears to make them look more human? He does not like being an elf. There's something incredibly tragic about... Although, to be fair, the Dunmer are kind of evil. So... there aren't many aspects of the Dunmer of life in Vardenfell that's enviable. Is the same voice actor in the original Oblivion? The Bosmer voice actor was the same as the other elves, right? Just had a different tone to it. Yeah, it was the same guy. Yeah, I think some of the lines in the remaster that they re-recorded, I can understand why they're not... why people have criticisms of them. Like, Théoden, some of his delivery doesn't feel as unhinged. But I am glad that they got a different... that they differentiated some of the voice lines for each of the elves. Instead of it just... like, you could... when you talk to them, you can tell that you're not talking... like, you know, it's like, I'm not talking to a high elf right now. I'm talking to somebody else. Wasn't Helseth raised in Cyrodiil / High Rock? I believe so. Maybe. He is in Daggerfall. In the game. His mom is Baron Zaya, and Baron Zaya is in Daggerfall. It's just not obvious because in Daggerfall, for some reason, the Dark Elves aren't grey. They're tan for some reason, yeah. Which is odd, because it's not even the case that Dark Elves are... like, the idea that Dark Elves were gray-skinned wasn't an idea yet. Like the player character, if you pick Dark Elf, you have gray skin. Was Baron Zaya considered... was she not a Dark Elf at the time? Was that the idea? Or did they just goof? Because Morgaya has red eyes. Although she just looks like a witch. She was a dark elf. It was a pure goof. Hmm. Yeah, not a lot of dark elves in Daggerfall. I think the voice actor for Bosmer in Morrowind is pretty good, too. Not a lot of lines, but I think it works. They sound very gremlin-y. She uses the Breton model, but as a Dunmer in lore and code. Model, sprite. Yeah, I think it would be a sprite. I know what you mean. Seven Up. Starry. Not Sierra Mist. They had to change the name. Is there a list of mods being used? Not offhand. But it's basically the iHeart Vanilla mod collection on the OpenMW website. And Tamara Rebuilt. Those are like the primary things that I use. It's all very it's as close to vanilla as you can really get. I mean, I guess Tamara Rebuilt isn't vanilla, but it feels vanilla. And that's what matters. I read a comment, and I definitely agree with it. I'm not a person. I'm not a person who's like, oh, all the later games ruin the lore, blah blah blah, wah wah wah. But they were accurate in saying that Tamara Rebuilt is more faithful to Morrowind lore than any of the later games are, which I think is probably an accurate thing to say. Not that being unfaithful to the lore is necessarily a bad thing. But I think the result... I think the reason for that is because the Tamara Rebuilt team is building off of what they have. Meanwhile, Bethesda is building new stuff off of what they have, right? I don't think the games ruin the lore. Just certain specific changes are a tad disappointing. I think that's probably a better way of saying it, yeah. But it's such a struggle because you can write anything. You know? But you can't implement everything in a game. So the descriptions of a place can be these fantastical tableaus of description and crazy effects and everything that would be required to put it in a game. But you just can't do it. Like the budget ain't there. So you have not only the artist's imagination, the writer's imagination just going crazy, because why wouldn't you go crazy? You could write about anything. But then you also have the reader's interpretation going crazy and extrapolating. And then you have to try to meter the expectation with the ridiculous standard that was created by the writer. And it's going to be disappointing no matter what. The end result is largely it's going to disappoint somebody. Because it's either that's not what I thought it was going to be like, or that's not exactly how it was written. You know? So, What point was I trying to make? Why does that happen so often? My train of thought is like one of those things. It's not an actual train, it's that thing that you have to pump. Like that minecart thing that you're like up and down to go. But the guy pumping it has one arm. Handcart? Wow, what an obvious name for the thing I was just describing. Why did I... Yeah, it's a handcart. I feel like I could have sussed that out, but I didn't. It's written by people who don't work at Bethesda anymore. That too. I never got the Oblivion Lord of the Rings thing outside of like Ayleid Ruins and the Deadland Towers looking like Sauron. Well, it's also because just the entire environment is very European. But also, you're saying like the Ayleid Ruins, the Deadlands, like that's like 90% of the game. I'm gonna be honest. But I always look at it as future changes. It doesn't alter the previous stuff. Right? So like, it's like, oh, it ruined the lore. It's like, Morrowind's still there. Nothing they do in Oblivion changes Morrowind. Morrowind's still there. Lord of the Rings isn't European. Skyrim feels much more Lord of the Rings with a Whiterun basically being Rohan. I thought, is Middle-earth not like a sort of a medieval European fantasy sort of a setting? That's the vibe I get from it. Something I find underrated and not really touched up on in Skyrim reviews is how the Nords seem less vulgar and unrefined in that game compared to previous games. Well, here's an argument. Like a few points. All sources we have describing Skyrim come from non-Nords prior to Skyrim, right? So it's similar to, you know, like Pliny the Elder writing about, you know, like an elephant. It's like, oh, it's a horse with a snake for a face. Like it's not going to be accurate. And then people who read it make their own assumptions, and then they explain it to other people who make their own assumptions, and it just devolves into incorrect assumptions, right? So we have information coming from the Empire about a place in the Empire that's obviously going to be propaganda, but it's propaganda being built from assumptions. So it's going to be inaccurate. And then all the Nords we run into outside of Skyrim are sort of self-selected, right? You're not going to run into a Nord that doesn't want to leave Skyrim outside of Skyrim. The only Nords you meet outside of Skyrim, that's a big tree. The only Nords you meet outside of Skyrim are the Nords who want to leave Skyrim to do things. So that's a specific subset of Nords. The homebody Nords might not be as savage as they're described in lore books prior to Skyrim. And then you also have the fact that there's 200 years of separation between Morrowind and Skyrim. Between the start of the Septim Empire and Skyrim was what, 600 years? Something like that? 700 years? And what can happen in 600 or 700 years? Consider 1000 AD Europe or UK versus 1600s UK. Very different places. Totally different languages. The Normans hadn't showed up yet. in 1000 BC or 1000 AD. Lord of the Rings is based off of European folklore. That's what I thought. And there's a lot of European folklore in Oblivion. A lot of folklorish creatures. Not a lot of weird stuff. A lot of very familiar stuff. Oblivion is very familiar. There's the balance in fantasy where you want to mix a little bit of novelty with a little bit of the familiar. Oblivion is very familiar. Morrowind is very novel. Skyrim is somewhere in between. What is, let me see, test timeline. When did Tiber Septim finish his conquest of Tamriel? 2E896, and that's what started the Third Era? Is that what it was? Tiber Septim conquers Tamriel in 2E896, creates the Third Era. The Third Era lasted 433 years. Skyrim takes place in about 4E200. So yeah, but when did Tiber Septim conquer Skyrim? The Tiber Wars begin in 852. Okay, so sometime between 852 and 896. Skyrim splits into East and Western kingdoms. Yoren is born. Whoops, too far. Either way, it's about 700 years. So you got about 700 years between the start of the Empire and the events of Skyrim. And I believe the Pocket Guide to the Empire was written at the beginning of the Empire. So you're talking about a book written 700 years ago about a people. So it's assumptions fueling propaganda about a people in part of the Empire, written for people outside of that part of the Empire, about that part of the Empire, 700 years prior to when we actually experience the people of that Empire. It's going to be very different. Of people they were just at war with, too. Right. I think it'd be more disappointing if it was an accurate portrayal. And I'm not saying that this was the plan, like, from the beginning. I don't think they were planning that far ahead. But I just think the cop-out, if you want to call it, is reasonable. Too complex. But yeah, a lot can happen in 700 years. I mean, again, think of it like this. Yeah, let me see something. What was happening in 800 in the UK? Or in the year 850? What was happening in 850 UK? This was pre-Norman invasion. This is when like the Anglo-Saxons were bumping around. 800 was like the Viking Age, maybe. But the point is, 850 years or 700 years after 850 was Shakespeare. So it was very different. $700 after the Norman invasion of England was Isaac Newton. A lot of changes. So surely, the savage peoples of Skyrim would have changed drastically in the 700 years of being occupied by the Septim Empire. You ever put hand cream on your head to see what would happen? Where do you think face hand came from? Oh. $700, so about half the span of the East Roman Empire. I thought, didn't the Byzantine Empire, wasn't it from like 400 to 1400, something like that? First the Vision, then the Conjuration. This is unsettling. Anyways, here's some lunch money. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, female Dwemer. The female Dwemer should have beards. Is that a thing in a lot of lore? Dwemer Centurion Eye. Is that all dwarves have beards? Even the women? Like huge, billowing beards. Or maybe dwarves don't have... Maybe they reproduce asexually. My favorite dwarf beard canon is that they function as HEPA filters for mining. I like that. Their beards are... the beards aren't hair. They're actually modified cilia that extend from their mouths.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, taco mouth damage for 9 months. A baby. Love a nice trim in on my mouth cilia. Yeah. I think my favorite thing to do with most fantasy is try to create headcanons that turn it into body horror. Like, yeah, we have, it's not hair. It's flesh. What is this? Dwarven junk mace. It's not hair, it's a special type of symbiotic brain parasite. It's like the microbiome. If the dwarf mother doesn't kiss the child as soon as they're born, the hairs can't implant into their skin. So that's why dwarves, the first thing, as soon as the child is born, they have to place a little, they have to do a little peck on the cheek. Lest the child will grow up beardless and not be able to survive in the mines. Cutting a dwarf's beard is like declawing a cat. Yeah. Each hair is just a very fine tentacle. That's exactly what it is. They can all move independently as well. That's why you never see a dwarf's beard billow in the wind. The tentacles resist that motion. They don't like being jostled about. What if they gave the child a forehead kiss? Well, fortunately, that was a problem at first when the dwarves were first evolving, because they just had to hope that there would be contact between the baby and the mother. But that was at a time when having a beard wasn't as important to dwarf society. So it wasn't a big deal if a child didn't have a beard. But when it became more of a big deal, if the child was kissed on the forehead, the parasite itself evolved, like coterminously with the dwarves, and it can migrate slightly. It has the ability to migrate south to the face. But dwarves actually have special skin cells on their neck that prevent the parasite from moving further south than that. It's sort of like how the lice you can get in your head is different from pubic lice. They're like different species. And scientists can use the genome of those lice to determine exactly when humans started like wearing clothes. Because that was able to like almost create a bottleneck between the two lice species. $55.41. How much armor does this have left, though? What's the durability on this? It's almost broken. Yep. Alright, switching out the shield. Can you repair stuff this run? Nope. I can't unlock those doors. Maybe there's a key somewhere. Oh, we have a detect key spell. Or a potion. What range do we got? 25 feet? That's a lot of feet. Oh, I'm gonna have to buy so many shoes. I detect no key. Can I use these lore ideas if I ever make a game? Or is it copyright? No, ideas are a dime a dozen, dude. You can use whatever nonsense I just that spills out of my mouth. As much as you want. I'm sure I'm not the first person to think of face parasites that pretend to be hair. And I won't be the last. Two. I feel like there's something. I wish I could open that lock. And I have Fortify Security 10 points, but it's still not enough. What's up with Dwemer items being illegal in Morrowind, but not in future installments? Well, they're illegal in Morrowind because they don't want people pillaging the ruins. I think part of it being that Dwemer ruins might also... Like, it's the property of the Empire, right? That's the idea. And I think some Dwemer ruins might lead into ebony mines. And ebony is really important to the Empire. That's the only reason why the Empire wanted Morrowind, was because of the ebony. And by making it illegal to buy and sell Dwemer stuff, it almost creates like a legal means to prosecute people who are going in and out of Dwemer mines and stealing stuff. So it's to disincentivize people just like messing around in here. It's kind of like in real life, how it's illegal to sell certain things. Like, for instance, it's illegal to buy, at least in the United States, depending quite to how enforceable is it, I don't know. I mean, whatever. Illegal to sell the feathers of migratory birds, even ones that have fallen off naturally, because they don't want people to just collect the migratory birds' feathers and say, "Oh yeah, it fell off naturally. I'm just going to sell them." Because migratory birds are protected. Because, they don't just affect one nation. They travel across the entire Western Hemisphere, pretty much. Antlers. Even because antlers naturally fall off of deer, but in a lot of places, it's illegal to collect them. Not because it's dangerous for the deer, for them to... It's because they're... like... What was the reasoning? It was, the antlers are important to maintaining the ecosystem because other animals will eat the antlers. So sometimes what you'll see is in like natural parks, the park rangers will go around finding the antlers and breaking them and then leaving them where they are. So people won't take them, but then other animals can eat them, like squirrels. Squirrels will eat deer antler as like a source of calcium. At least that's the logic behind it, behind the regulation. All parts of the birds are under the act. Feathers, bones, eggshells. Right, yeah. I just think... I said feathers specifically because you're unlikely to find a bird that just accidentally dropped one of its bones. But, you might find bird feathers just lying around. And it's illegal to sell even the ones that have fallen off because there's no way to actually prove that, like, yeah, this one has fallen off naturally. Because then otherwise people would just kill a bunch of birds that are protected and then say, you know, they all fell off. Do I yearn? What, for the mines? Sometimes. I mean, that's just natural. We're gonna make a trip out to Gorn Island. Yeah, maybe. What is that noise? Is that supposed to be like the coast? Do I pine? No, I yearn, but I don't pine. Not in public, at least. Not even for the fjords. I yearn for the fjords. I don't pine for the fjords. I'm not a pervert. There was a proposal to make ivory not contraband to encourage legal and ecological beneficial practices and discourage poaching. That's tough because then how do you differentiate between, like, you know, authentic, like, it's like, oh yeah, this was an ivory piano from 500 years ago or whatever, and just like, this is just ivory that, yeah, is totally old. Poachers will sell legal or not, sadly. Right. The better thing to do is just see, because the law isn't necessarily there to prevent the act, it's to give the framework to, like, actually prosecute the thing. But if it's illegal to sell the thing, that's not going to stop people from buying and selling, but it'll definitely make it harder. And the goal is to make it harder. Although then you could say, like, well, if there's no black market, then blah, 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 but then there's a whole rabbit hole you can go down with that. Which that's not, I don't want to touch on that with a 20-foot pole. Poaching's bad, okay? What if they poach eggs? There's a Fighters Guild quest where you actually have to kill some egg poachers. But there are a lot of birds that fall into the Migratory Bird Treaty Act that you wouldn't really expect. Lots of birds. It also prevents you from messing with their nests. You gotta leave them alone. I think all corvids fall under the act. So, not only is it illegal to kill crows, it's also a bad idea because the crows will remember your face. Can't stop playing with the new mallet I made. I saw that mallet. Looks like a very nice mallet. I only found out about the Migratory Bird Treaty Act because I collect bones, so I sometimes forget most people don't actually think about that kind of thing often. Yeah. But a lot of that stuff, I think the Migratory Bird Treaty Act is from like 1912. It's a pretty old thing. But I think it's less to protect the birds specifically, and it's to, like, just maintain just the wide-ranging ecosystem of North America and South America. Because, you know, these birds will migrate hundreds of miles. And if, you know, If a population gets messed up here, it's going to mess up stuff over there. And that can have knock-on effects everywhere else. So it's important to protect the migrating species. Greetings.
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Steer clear of Erdwolf. One of the hired hands helping us break this place open, Nordic Muscle. Anyway, a few days ago, he started acting a little strange. We managed to dig our way into the old and natural tunnel, but it was completely flooded, so we moved on. Well, we did. Erdwolf didn't. He just stood there rambling nonsense. Attempting to snap him out of it only made him angry. So now he's just stuck there, wasting our time. Damned foreigners. But you're one, too. Maybe you could talk some sense into him. Did Teddy Roosevelt start the act? I don't know. I think... Well, no, that was after his time. He was president in the late 1800s, early 1900s? I think it was after. It was after he was president. But I think it was a... Let me look it up. I think it was a multinational treaty. No, not the Boston trains. Implements 4 international conservation treaties that the U.S. entered into with Canada, Mexico, and Japan, and Russia. In 1916, 1936, 1972, and 1976. Is intended to ensure the sustainability of populations of all protected migratory bird species. There's a Reform Act. Yeah, what is it? It prevents the taking, possession, transportation, sale, purchase, barter, importation, exportation, and banding or marking of migratory birds. But I think there are some exceptions. You can get permits to do stuff for like conservate. Like it's like, oh, we're taking care of sick geese or something, you know. Sounds from her, moans, whispers in the dark. I've got to get to her. My mistress, Golden. Oh, Golden Zane. But the gates, arg, the key. I feel it, smell it, so close. I can touch it, feel it. But I can't see it. Arr! I can't find my way, lost in the dark. Darkness moans, Golden. I'm off to dinner. See you around, Deacon. A level 100 locked gate. Found a locked gate in the flooded tunnel inside Harumat Mine. This is probably the door opened by Erdwolf's key. I forgot what years Teddy was president, but he definitely did a bunch of conservation stuff. Yeah, he created the national parks system, I believe. In the U.S., at least. He also went around shooting a bunch of animals. So, conservation was a little... Conservation for thee, not for me. But, I guess it was an overall positive. Should I just kill him? Oh, it's a crime. Oh, he doesn't even have the key. Maybe there's a key somewhere around here, on the ground somewhere. Nope. It's probably the door opened by Erdwolf's key. How do I get the key? Wasn't Nixon huge on conservation as well? I believe he started the EPA. Or the EPA was started under his administration. He wanted to make sure he always had animals to shoot. That's such a grim way of looking at it, but I guess if that gets the job done. Oh, he was obsessed with a key he couldn't find. I want to look this up. Because I'm really curious what's past this, and if I actually need to pick the lock, that's going to suck. Are there some states that only allow hunting as population control when certain species are too abundant? I don't know about the specifics in that regard, but I do know that there are programs that breed deer, and people will simultaneously say the deer population is too high while also, breeding deer. I have a hard time believing that somehow we can accidentally make millions of thousands of species go extinct daily, but we can't get deer to stop being so abundant when we're actively trying. I think there's something standing in the way there. Or we can accidentally make them go extinct, but we can't intentionally get their numbers down. Come on.
What is this about?
Seems a little. It seems a little dubious. Apparently, there's something under the floorboards. There's a chest under the floorboards, which I don't know how you're supposed to notice.
Outlander, what do you want?
I mean, maybe they don't breed deer in every state, but point is, there's a. I mean, there's a business. It's a business. Hunting deer. Selling. Permits to go into reserves to hunt. They're not going to want to not have deer. Oh wait, here it is. Jeez, that you barely even noticed that. Most of the species we make go extinct are not the result of us going out and shooting them. They're us destroying where they lived. Well, my point is, if the deer population is so high and that's such a big problem, how are we not able to deal with it intentionally? When it's so easy to deal with things accidentally. I think the bigger problem is that we, at least in the States, a lot of the wolf population was killed off. And one of the primary predators of deer was wolf. So... turns out you can't do just one thing. You kill one species, it's going to cause problems for other ones. I think the same is true with boar. I believe boar were preyed upon by wolves. And now, we got a feral boar problem. Reintroducing wolves would probably solve a lot of the problems, but then, there'd be less stuff to hunt. Can't have that. I still vote we shoot all mosquitoes to death. Well, mosquitoes do serve an important role in the ecosystem. They're a plentiful food source for a lot of species of animals, like dragonflies. Dragonflies, oh, they eat them like popcorn. But they pollinate a lot of plants. Out of curiosity, what do you mean by intentionally? Culling/hunting is intentional? Well, my point is that people have been saying that the deer population is out of control, so we need to hunt them. And they've been saying that for like decades. And like, how the hell? How has the problem not been solved at this point? When we do it accidentally. And it's probably because there are people who are breeding them and making more for the sole purpose of hunting them. Turns out if you're trying to reduce a population, you shouldn't make more of them. Yeah, if wolves were reintroduced, it would definitely deal with maybe not deal with the deer population, but it would certainly help. But wolves also kill livestock, so that's why they're a problem. So reintroducing wolves would harm two industries, at least. Yep, there's the golden lady. Do we have a greater soul gem or grand soul gem? Oh, we don't. Damn. Oh, I do like this as a shrine to Shagora. Is there maybe a soul gem somewhere here? There's another key. Hold on. But of course, I say all this stuff as one, not an expert on any of this, and two, knowing full well that this stuff is more complicated than just being like, well, just do this. Is that easy? It's just annoying. Are there seducers added in Tamriel data / rebuilt? I don't know about seducers, but I know in OOAB there are seducer models. We fought one when we did the Kogurun mod a week or two ago. Gotta get the mod that removes the charge depleted noise. Yeah, I really do. Ebony Tower Shield. Nice. Just put the gun right there. Nope. There are both seducers and dark seducers in Tamriel data. Oh, I thought when I thought the seducer they were referring to were the Mazkin, not the succubus. The succubuses. Is this water effect from the vanilla game where it creates like this circle above you? 'Cause I believe that's how water actually acts with light. That's like how the light refracts when you're underwater. I don't know if that's in the original Morrowind or if that was like if the engine, the OpenMW engine changes how light works. I don't think that's original. Yeah. It doesn't feel original, but I wasn't sure. I know Morrowind was it had really good water effects for the time. I really like the idea that Periite in Tamriel Data, where it's like old medieval demonology books that archive the names. Oh, the Perioton in Tamriel. Wait, Perioton. Isn't that a boat? Or not a boat, a bike? Archive the names of the roles of different demons, but in TD, they act as spell tomes where you can summon the special named Daedra referenced. Interesting. Oh, my head. I feel like I was half asleep, but madly awake. Some beautiful golden lass was... well, never mind about that. You say it was Daedric witchery? By the gods. Oh, I have probably made quite the fool of myself. I hope I didn't say anything too embarrassing. My thanks, Margot Polo. For your help. Oh, thanks for your help. Guess I better check back in with the boss. Yes, you should. Perioton is the name for this series of TD books with cool artwork. Ah. Do you still run shaders that can affect water, right? I do have God Rays on. And some anti-aliasing. But that circle effect under the water has been there since I started playing with OpenMW. 4 diamonds. Cool. Well, at least we got an ebony shield out of it. Let's go to Gorn. And while we're there, we could throw rubber rocks at Captain Kirk. The heck was that? My phone just gave me a notice of someone at the front door, but I figured it was the mailman, but now I'm looking at this like is that a child? That was a child. How was there a child? Okay, now they're gone. That was weird. It might be a neighbor kid, I don't know. I've been told medium armor in this game is not good, but it looks the coolest. So it's the best, actually. Ding dong ditch. No, they didn't ring the doorbell. They were just in. They just walked by. Is the Japanese sword still alive? We replaced it with the ebony blade. Those boots make the worst sound. They're heavy armor boots. My horrible pack rat energy demands I collect every neat item I find, which is not sustainable. Well, you could just place a mark at, like, Raylan Hollow's house and just throw everything on his corpse. Oh. I heard a Breton, and I'm like, this is an orc. What happened? We need to figure out a way to level our enchanting a bit, so we can actually use this sword more frequently. Or get a different sword that doesn't have an enchantment on strike. Oh, it wasn't a... I didn't hit... It was a high elf I heard, not a Breton. Whatever. Same thing. Why should I have a bookend? It's my therapy bookend. My emotional support bookend. You see the AI video of the person trying to bring an emotional support kangaroo onto a plane? That apparently tricked a bunch of people into thinking it was real. And when I was watching it, like, I couldn't pick out specifically what would make it obviously AI, because even the words the people were speaking, it just sounded like a different language. Like, I wasn't, like, it didn't sound like garbled English, it just sounded like a foreign language. But the one thing I knew as soon as I saw it, right at the end of the clip, was how the kangaroo walked away. And when I saw that, I was like, this is fake. This is why you need to understand... This is why it's so important to understand how animals work. Because if you don't know, if you don't know true facts, then you're going to get tricked. Blessed to not have AI pop up in my feed yet, as far as you know. That's why you gotta be vigilant.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Benny Bowberry. Apparently this is like from 4 weeks ago. I only just recently heard about it. Right? God damn it. Right, first of all, it's way too small to be a kangaroo. Right? And now, kangaroos don't walk like that. Also, the text on the is all messed up. It looks like partial Hebrew? I don't know. But that's not how kangaroos walk. The fingers are all messed up. Oh yeah, she's got really thick fingers. Oh yeah, and they keep blurring and everything. But yeah. So, kangaroos do not walk like that. They both their back feet go at the same time. And either they hop or they do kind of like rabbits where their front feet go forward and their back legs go forward with them, so it's kind of like, you know, like step, 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 like that. Hands are a good indicator of AI. They're getting better at that. Apparently, they can't tell time. Like if you ask it to make a clock, it always shows like a clock at 10:10. Because almost every instance of a clock in media or in advertisement, it's always at 10:10, because that's just an aesthetically pleasing look for a clock. It takes like 4 days to recharge my sword. I need to get USB-C for the sword. It's made with that new AI video generator. I have no idea. I don't follow the breakthroughs of AI. I'm just looking forward to the day when the bubble bursts and everyone's like, oh yeah, there's no business model here. Shit. We've just been taking so much startup cash and we don't know anything to do with it. Ooh. Everyone's gonna be mad at us. Swap out these shoulders. I liked the fake AI memes people were making, where it was an actual video and people would be there and they do just like weird shit that you would expect AI to do. Like the AI hug and they're just all like blah, 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 just like doing these weird motions. It was very funny. Just like we've been 1 year away from self-driving cars, I think AI will hit a wall. Yeah, because it's not AI. It's not actual AI. It's just predictive models. They just keep calling it AI because, like, ooh, that makes it sound fancy. Like we're steps away from artificial general intelligence. Like, no, we're not. I guarantee you, we're not. And if I'm wrong, whatever. I give you permission to say I told you so. I don't give a shit. It only puts out what you feed it. Yeah, well, it only puts out what you let it steal. Well, this is cool armor. Aye. I don't know what it is, but I just kind of want it. It's light armor. Kagudi hide. Kagudi hide! Run, E.T., run! Looks like the Predator. Yeah, it did. Oh, a sepulcher. Wait. She has a lot of health. I hit her so hard she started coughing. What are my thoughts of AI being used for things like Voices of Vardenfell? I don't like it. The problem with it is it's stealing. The AI is being modeled on a person's voice. Well, there's a few problems actually with it. It's being modeled on a person's voice who didn't give permission for it, first of all. Secondly, it just feels soulless. You know? And then you say like, oh, well, they don't have the budget to make these things with voice lines. It's like, then don't. It relieves people to do other work. Yes, stealing other people's shit does make things easier for you to do other work. I don't have to buy food when I could just steal it. Like, I mean, like, come on. Even the Dagoth era memes. Those were fun, but, you know, wouldn't it have been nice if people just hired Jeff Baker to do it, maybe? Oh, well, that wouldn't have been... That would have been expensive. Well, that sucks. But it's his voice. Good impressions are also hilarious. Yeah, and they're more fun. Love how the AI people complained about how they could do their stuff if they could, how they couldn't do their stuff if they couldn't steal other people's work. Hmm. Yeah, and the impressions use the impressionist's voice, not the person's voice. Now, if you want to make AI of your own voice and use that for your own stuff, I mean, I can't stop you. I still think that's a little, if that kind of, I don't know, cheapens the product, but it's lazy. Yeah, it feels lazy. And like, don't you want to get better at the thing you're doing and not just have a computer do it for you? Ooh. Broadsword of Unnatural Essence. Poison target. Cast when used, huh? The lost art of voice line splicing. Hmm. Yeah, the disjointedness of it. I don't know, that's what gives it personality. Fire damage on touch, recall on self. Burn, bye. It's like it's like a more violent version of a paladin's bubble hearth. 30 points for 1 second and 30 feet. That's like a flashbang. Just like poof, and you're gone. I'm an artist, an AI artist. What makes me want to quit? I mean, I'm not going to say that it's just as trivial as being like, do this thing, and then it does exactly what you want. It certainly requires, there's effort involved in creating the correct prompts to get the thing to make what you want. Although I'm sure these AI artists use AI to write prompts. But it's still... It's just like, I don't have the talent to make this art. It's like, oh, I'm shitty. I can't do a thing, so I have to steal other people's stuff to do the thing for me. I don't know, maybe just learn. Learn how to do the art if you really want to make art. You lazy bastard. It might not be art, but at least they're not trying. Well, they're claiming it's art. These AI artists. The people producing AI facsimiles of art. There's no way this technology will ever bring them profit. And then Disney et al. Will start suing the fuck out of these AI startups. Yeah, because I feel like there's a point where it's gonna... It's I don't think it's ever gonna not be uncanny. Are you suggesting typing a prompt isn't art? Well, my definition of art, if I want to be consistent, would mean that it is art, potentially, but not art in the same way that, like, drawing something is art. Surely we gotta try the funny staff. Well, I don't have Mark. And I suspect AI that isn't uncanny is going to be so prohibitively expensive to produce that it's not going to be worthwhile. It'll be cheaper just to film people doing things. It's like, oh yeah, we made this whole movie using AI. It's indistinguishable from real life, but it required a whole nuclear power plant to create. It's like, well, at that point, you know, that's kind of a... That seems like a hard field to break into. A prompt is a product. Not all products are art. Well, my definition of art is similar to Penn and Teller's definition, where it's basically anything you do that isn't to pay the bills. Basically. Although my definition would specify that just because something's being used to pay the bills, that doesn't mean it's not art. But if you're doing it for reasons that aren't to pay the bills, then it is art. Which is a very, very broad definition. Like, that basically means it's pretty much everything. It has to evoke emotion. I don't know. I don't know if it has to, because then you can determine, like, well, this thing on average evokes this much emotion, which means it's more art than this other thing. And then it becomes, like, scientific. And then it stops being art. Basically, like, anything you do for its own sake. Things you do for, like, self-enrichment. But I'm very much of the opinion that the less restrictive the definition, the better. Because I think art should be non-restrictive. I like the idea of me being paralyzed talking about this. Yeah, so I think art is actually defined as the human condition in a physical medium. I'm just getting stabbed. Okay. Alright, she's gonna melt.
Your bones will be my
Dinner. Oh, my voice cracked halfway through that. Die. No, not me. Okay, she's dead. Oh. Oh, I thought she summoned the scamps. Did I expect this road trip to last so many streams? I kind of did. I knew it was going to take a bit. It's nice. You just kind of... It's like a real road trip, you know? You're just kind of chatting about nonsense. You know, just kind of shooting the shit. Resist paralysis 20%. I'll put clothes back on her. I don't want to be rude. What's worse? Stripping your enemy of their valuables after they die, or putting new valuables on them? Like, taking someone's clothes after they're dead, or dressing them again. I feel like... that's like serial killer shit. What the hell is this? Is this TOS? Do I have to... Am I gonna get banned? What is this? Peter, what is this? Is that the belt? I think that's the belt. That's my belt. Yeah, it's the... it's the belt on the robes. Putting new clothes on the dead happens a lot historically. Yeah, but if, like, I'm not a burial doctor, a mortician. See, that's the problem. So one of the techniques in improv is don't just let the first thing come out of your mouth. Problem is, it makes you sound like an idiot half the time. Is it disrespectful to walk into someone's house and use their corpse as a storage bin? Well, they won't know. I just accept that I'm an idiot. It's way easier. Well, I already accept that, but I don't know. You kind of want to not sound like one. You know, the goal of life is to trick people into thinking you're smarter than you actually are. That's a healthy outlook. Oh, now the mailman shows up at the front door. Vermina is yucky and likes cannibals. Nymeria is pretty cool and basically hates necromancers and undeath in general. I think you're confused. I think you've gotten some things mixed up. I don't like this weird little, like, it looks like this like little piece of cat poop. It's following me around. I don't like it. Or don't trick people? No. I thought Meridia was the beacon one who hates the undead. Yeah, Meridia doesn't like the undead, and Nymeria eats people, and Vermina's all about sleepy nap time. And she isn't big on free will. Yeah. Yeah, that makes her rivalry with Molag Bal more poetic, I guess, because they're both basically the same, but their means are different. Was Meridia also Umaril's mother? I don't know. He was blessed by Umaril. Umaril was blessed by Meridia. I don't know if she was considered his mother, but he's definitely a demigod, sort of a thing. Like, he was the child of a Daedra. Allegedly, a Daedra. His mom was an Ayleid. So his father was probably a Daedra of some sort. Maybe a Meridian Daedra. An Auroran, perhaps. Or maybe it was a... like an Athena situation. Where he just sprouted out of his mother's head. Wait, so what is this way? Is there another... Is there like a tunnel? Oh, there's an up. None of these higher beings seem very nice. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, I ate it. Just the Skyrim method of healing. I'm just gonna eat a huge salad right before you kill me. Hmm. I'm not dying to a scamp. The claim is that his father was a god from the prior Kalpa cycle, but who knows? Yeah. But why is he unfeathered? What does that mean? How do we get out of here? That all lead to the shrine. Damn it. Both Palinol and Umaro were at Ada, if I remember correctly. Well, Umaro was the child of a mortal. At least one mortal. Palinol might be a gay robot from the future. We don't know. And that's not even a joke. Although I guess, I don't know why you gotta specify gay. He's just a robot from the future. It can't be precluded. He was Shezarene? I don't know. He might have been. The Aliads were birds. Umaril is not a bird, thus unfeathered. Perhaps. Or perhaps the Aliad had feathers. For some reason. Maybe somebody plucked his eyebrows and they never grew back. How the hell do I get out of this place? It's that way. Wait, how do I get... Do I gotta go up again? Gotta go up again. I got most of my lore from the Vigilant mod. I never tried that mod. I don't like the Vigilance of Stendar. They seem like dicks. It's an interpretation that Pelennor was a fictional amalgamation of different generals in the Uprising, written as propaganda for Riemann. Could be. But you meet Pelennor during the Knights of the Nine quest. You meet his spirit, so... Unless the belief created him retroactively because of Mythopoeia and how that works. Speaking of rulers with un in their appellation, I remember hearing that that Ethelred the Unready wasn't necessarily unready to rule, but was given poor advice by his advisors. Ready having some Old English connotation of advising or informing, and thus being unready, meaning he was not well advised by his counselors. Right, but that implies that a king would normally be ready. If all kings were unready, then calling one of them unready would be weird. You only give somebody an appellation if it's exceptional. If it's, like, unexpected. Or if it's different from the norm. You know, you wouldn't call, like... you know, this is rock, the hard. Like, you know, it's like, well, obviously it's a rock. Now, if you said it's rock the soft, that's different, because it's like, oh, a soft rock, that's weird. What is this? Is this Bisandrian? Unfeathered in the sense of unadorned, perhaps? That could be that. Rock the hard, tell that to Tauk. You get my point. But that Tauk is weird in that regard. You get my point. I Kaiser Sozade an example. Tree the wooden. You know? It's like the opposite of mob names, where they call... It's like, oh, it's you know... Or not mob name. Or, well, wait, did mob names... Do they name them the opposite of what they were? Like, so, you know, Skinny Joe was actually really fat? Or am I thinking of something else? It's Joey 2 times. Oh my god, will it stop raining? Shoeless Joe Jackson probably did have some shoes at some point. Pretty sure there have been many Fat Tonys who are fat. Well, I know of one Fat Tony, but he's a cartoon character. But you understand what I'm getting at. You don't give things special names unless it's exceptional. Or specific. Like, you know, Steve, the guy who has skin. That implies that other people don't have skin. Or at least other Steves don't have skin. Maybe Steve had extra layers. But so it's exceptional. It's different. Steve the unexceptional. Steve the adequate. Norm the exceptionally normal. Norm the normatively normal. Joe the average. King Jonathan the mean. He was actually a very noble leader. He was very average. To all the Steves in the chat, it's nothing personal. It's only personal. It's only personal. And a lot of people think it's Umaril the Unfettered. Which sounds like a reasonable name, because it's like, oh, he was fettered and now he's freed, so now he's unfettered. But it's not unfettered. Michael Kirkbride actually left a comment on a Reddit post like 8 years ago or something, saying that it was intentionally meant to be unfeathered. As in, no feathers. Grelid the kind? Yeah. And she's not. So it's like a... And you would expect, like, you know, a caretaker should be kind, so why are you naming her the kind? I feel like that's implied. Steve the unexceptional, Joe the average, Norm the normal, and Bob. And don't forget, Aloysius the standard. Aventus should be a Dark Brotherhood assassin in Test 6 and summons Grelin in battle to torture her more. That'd be fun. I wonder if the NPC you meet during the Mage's questline in Narcissus, Crito Aventus, if he's supposed to be related, or Crito Avetino, if he's supposed to be related to Aventus. Is Unfeathered a reference to Diogenes' Behold? I don't know. Is Umaril a man? What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets. And a chicken. Have you heard of the anime Frieren? Every character in that has a random German word as a name. Well, the names have... There's a meaning. There's a meaning. It's relevant to the characters. If you haven't watched Frieren, you should. It's good. I'm in the middle of watching it, actually. Or you're double fisting a stream and freerun? Where are we on the map? Well, we're not on the map, but we have a map. We're near Gorn. I can't get over the name, sadly. It's just so silly. Like one guy named Wire, another Can. Or one just called Bad. Are there characters that are named like that? It's a really good anime. You should watch it. Just forget German for a bit. And it'll be fine. Ubel means evil. I believe so. Does freerun have anything to do with being cold? Metaphorically, possibly. I'm trying to remember which. Who was Drott? I think Drott and Kana means can. Well, her power, her primary magic is that's relevant.
May your battle show only victory, friend.
And Drott he's a demon, so I don't know why. Oh, his power actually, yeah, his power is related to like strings. I wonder how the German dub deals with freerun. Just switches the names to the English versions. Is freerun on any streaming services? It's on Crunchyroll. That's where I watched it. I don't know about anything else. I do agree it's a great show. I just wish the names were less literal. Yeah, I suppose. I don't have that. Well, I'm trying to think. There are definitely other animes where they just name the character an English word. I'm trying to... Anime. I'm trying to think of one, but I can't remember one. Isometric Morrowind. Aaron's Mike's recent video with Isometric Morrowind seems like a huge pain in the ass right up your alley. We did play Isometric Morrowind on April Fool's Day. We didn't have the UI mod that he made, though. It crashes a lot when you're in water. Lots of English names are just English words. Well, I'm thinking, like, are there any anime where a character's name is, like, faucet? Or, like, book? Like, just, like, non-name words. What is this? That's that expensive shit. Oh, he left his expensive shit. Ebenezer Scrooge is a total Scrooge about stuff. Huge cliche. Oh, it's so lazy. Why did he name his character Scrooge? I know there was an anime I watched where the names were just like objects, but I can't remember what it was. Like, English objects. This place feels like Feathermoon Stronghold. I said it yesterday. Feathermoon Stronghold in World of Warcraft. Just this island off the coast with this pagoda sort of architecture style. Because this architecture style is very similar to the Night Elf style in Warcraft. They have the same... These kind of like building... I don't know what you call this architecture. Like this design with the little flared tips. Dragon Ball Z Saiyans, they're all named after vegetables with English names. Yeah, maybe. But they usually flip, though. And they're not obviously the vegetable in English. Like he took like the English word and Japaneseified them. So it's not carrot, it's kakarot. I guess Napa is just cabbage.
Wealth beyond measure, Outlander.
I need to clear out a bunch of inventory space. Just got so many potions. Just taking up just real estate on the screen.
All right.
It's funny you can eat gemstones in this game. Well, it's pretty realistic, don't you think?
Wealth beyond measure,
I'm trying to remember what the anime is. Dragon Ball is close. I mean, you got the Piccolo and all his kids. They're all named after woodwind instruments. You can eat them, but only once. I think you could swallow a diamond and then survive. I wouldn't try it, but I think you could. And you'd still get the diamond on the other end. Depends how big. Well, I mean, that's true for all consumable things. It's like, you know, apple. You can eat an apple. But it's like, well, it depends how big. It's like, well, yeah. And what kind of cut? I don't know, probably flank. Sirloin diamond. You're telling Mayik that a Piccolo named these kids? The only dangerous thing would be how sharp the corners are, I imagine. Yeah, I wonder, if you did swallow a diamond, would it cut up your insides, or is there enough of a mucosal lining that would protect you? Are there sixth house guys here? This feels very Dagoth-y. Oh, it's the rats. Yeah, the rats. They prey at night. They stalk at night. They're the rats. Where's the giant rat? Yeah, this was a sixth house base at some point. You could tell because of the way it is. Mike the Liar named after Mike Kirkbride? Oh my god, it might be. Wait. No, hold on. Why does it do an extra one? Oh no, it's not the right notes. Never mind. Wait, actually. Yeah, no, it's not, it doesn't work. So trying to do Sandstorm? Yeah. Because we only had 2 notes. Remember that period of time where every time somebody would ask what the name of a song was, everybody would just say it was Darude? Darude Sandstorm. That was an era. Maybe they abandoned this shrine to move to one established in Vardenfell? Maybe. I think something might have gone wrong here. Lord Vorn Dagoth has been slain beneath Red Mountain. The song changes each day. The ancestors warned us to leave, but we did not listen. I only pray that House Dagoth will stand immortal, as all 7 as one houses of the Chimer have stood since Velith. Thank you, Alcrest, for the Prime sub. 7 as one houses. 7? Followers of the false god came to took our home, took our slaves for their own good, for their own. Oh, those dastardly! In order, they took our shit. Those are people. No. And ordered us to gather our things. My son refused to leave and took his father's sword from the wall and tried to fend them off, but there were so many of them they killed him. But he was only a boy.
I have prepared a place for you.
Several of the wicked men then desecrated the tombs of my family. Thank you, generic Twitch TV name. So generic. They decapitated the body of my elderly father, Dagoth Morven. He had once been one of Vorn Dagoth's chapel. Forcing the barges, sailed for Morning Hold from the temple city of Ashur-Nibibi. My daughter Namora has grown very sick. I fear for her. Namora passed before we reached the Thyr. They stole her body from my arms and cast her into the sea. These whispers are very annoying. I was ordered to drag our family chest to the deck of the ship, but the Morning Hold was not in sight. Is Morning Hold supposed to be Mornhold? Instead, they huddled us in this cave and divided the women from the men. Neither my daughter Urshra, last of my children, nor I could sleep at all night. I could hear our men screaming, calling out Voron's name. They were followers of the 3 devils. The followers of the 3 devils were torturing the last men of House Dagoth. The song was failing. A man of House Indoril came and ordered us to hand over jewelry and any belongings with the seal of our house. What is this? He then ordered his troops to pull the younger children away from us as they wailed and cried out. He said they would become members of one of the surviving houses, while the rest of us would die as Dagoths. My daughter Ushra was one of the children taken away to join another house. She is all that is left of our family. She will live. The rest of us will die here today. May Resdane one day regret its wickedness. This feels like an allegory. I'm going to take this book with me. Maybe we could find Urshra. I wonder when this happened. Probably thousands of years ago. Did I search the body next to the book? It was a skeleton, but no, I didn't. I've contracted witbane and witless pox. What the hell? What have you done to me? Thought it was a roped guy, not a rat. Yeah, sure. This rat corpse had diseases. So why did that book mention 7 houses? Oh, maybe House Dwemer? Was Dwemer one of the houses? Did that count as a house? I guess it depends on... I guess it depends who you ask. The 7th house is umami. Would they count houses of different races? I don't know. I just don't know. There are minor houses? I believe so, but I would assume that they were talking... the 7 houses would be major houses. I think the minor houses would be like bannermen for the greater houses. See, what if Dagoth, when he says the 6th house in the tribe unmourned, he's referring to 2 different things. He's not referring to House Dagoth as the 6th house and the tribe unmourned. Like, he's talking about House Dagoth and the Dwemer, the tribe unmourned. Didn't Sothasil's whole house get destroyed? I don't know. I know he was born in Oud Sotha, which is just a Daedric ruin in Vardenfell, so I don't know what that means. But yeah, the Dwemer and the Dark Elves were living, or the Chimer, were living peacefully at the time of... at the battle. The Battle of Red Mountain was against the Nords, right? But yeah, Naravar united all the houses, all the tribes, and was good friends with Dumak, Dwarf King. Could the tribe unmourned be the Chimer? Well, they were all Chimer. Maybe. I don't know. It was Dwemer and Nord mercenaries versus the Chimer. I thought they were allies at the time. Was it because Kagranak was tinkering with the heart and the Dunmer were like, or the Chimer were like, no, don't. It was the Snow Elves. You can't blame the Snow Elves for everything, man. They're gonna catch on. You can only scapegoat an entire race once. Any more than that, then it becomes evil. Hey, 15 alchemy. Cool. We can see potion effects now. See you around, Radifix. I do not like this model of Nyx Hounds. I do not like the rogue Nyx Hounds. First of all, what makes them rogue? Like, uh, do they have an actual social structure? And they're outside of it? I don't know, they look like they have foreskins and it's weird. Out of the snow has become Falmer again. The Falmer were being genocided by the Nords, as the Nords are wont to do. They ran away. The Dwemer offered them safe haven, but the Dwemer only would provide this to them if they were became subservient. And then they basically poisoned them all and turned them blind and into monsters. But who got the last laugh? The Falmer still exists. The Dwemer don't. The Falmer may have turned into gross monster goblins, but the Dwemer turned into the skin of a robot. So, haha. And the only lasting record of them is Yagrum Bagarn. Where's the entrance to this place? And that one snow elf in the vampire DLC for Skyrim? Yes. But I don't know how he's not really representative of Falmer as a whole, I would argue at this point. He's representative of what Falmer were. You know, Arcade's kind of a dick. Because his whole thing is he protects the souls. He protects souls from being soul trapped. He protects black souls from being soul trapped, but white souls, like animal souls and stuff, they can get soul trapped. So at some point, after the Falmer were poisoned for long enough, he was like, bit gross now. They can get soul trapped, it's fine. Anancheth. This does not feel like the name of a Dwemer ruin. This feels like Galandeus. It doesn't feel in line with the naming convention. I'm from Spain, and for the longest time, I thought Yagrum Bagarn was the right pronunciation until I started watching Fudge Muppet. So he says his name. I say it wrong. Not because I'm trying to farm engagement or anything, but just because I prefer the way I say it. That's how I've always said it, and I think it's more fun. It sounds more bouncy. Yagrum Bagarn. But he says Yagrum Bagarn in one of the voice files. But Yagrum Bagarn feels more fun. Yagrum Bagarn is number one. Throw him into the ballista room. Ah. Really? There we go. How does soul trapping ghosts work? Magic. The drummer were content living like this. Well, this is just the stuff that survived. I mean, they must have had above ground cities in parts of their city, like Markarth. This is just the stuff that's underground, like all their, like the. That's like going into someone's basement and being like, "Wow, they lived like this." It's like, well, no, it's their basement. Not sure what I do with a ballista room, but now I want one. If I had a ballista room, I'd probably put my enemies in it. And then laugh at their misfortune. And then you know, kill them. With the ballistas. The ballistae. Another lady Dwemer ghost. I'd want an oubliette for that. Ready the Molag Ballista. It's just a ballista that... Actually, never mind. I'm not going to make that joke. That joke is... No. I've been to a castle with an oubliette. It looks very cozy. How long would you like to spend time in there? How long would you like to spend time... That was a weird way of saying what I said. Need to find a shrine. Gotta cure my diseases. This area feels very... reminds me of Feralus from World of Warcraft, which makes sense because of the Gorn is Feathermoon Stronghold. Although, wait, no, Feathermoon Stronghold... Where's Feathermoon Stronghold? Feathermoon Stronghold is in Feralus. Yeah, okay. Alright, I was right. But, so this is a picture of Feathermoon Stronghold from WoW Classic. So you see how it's got a similar vibe? And here's a more modern... You know, it's got a similar architecture thing going on with the Indiro architecture. They both draw from the same inspiration. Everything's kind of tinted green, so this kind of feels like that. You're not far from Narcissus. This area looks way greener. No, we're still pretty far away. There's a whole ocean between us. Are you using some kind of mod to play Skyrim background music? I have a playlist running. That's just playing music. I have the in-game music off. It makes editing easier. Take the ocean path. There won't be any important settlements there in the future. Yeah, it's probably going to be like just a bunch of grass. Like right here, it's probably going to have nothing. There's probably nothing going to be right here. Like, what are they gonna put here? A lake? Ugh. The heck is that? Oh, it's a Velk. Morrowind is weird. The Amber Forest, I believe a forest of flowing amber, according to the concept. Quite a good name. Oh, that's another example. You wouldn't like it's called the Amber Forest because an amber forest is exceptional. That's different. Like most forests aren't made out of amber, so calling it an amber forest tells you that not only tells you what to expect, it's going to be a forest of amber, but it also tells you that other forests are different from this. You wouldn't call a forest the tree forest because, yeah, no shit. Of course it has trees. It's a forest. Are the Velk mammals, or is the milk not actually milk? It's nectar. It's Velk nectar. And the Indra use the nectar to make a type of mead. I mean, it's technically not mead because it's not honey, but I mean, it's the same thing with the champagne. It's like, oh, it's just sparkling wine. Ugh. You won't call a river the river, right, Mississippi? Well, that's different because it's a different language, so it's okay. Ah, the Indra. Known everywhere for their oppressiveness. An Imperial named Mora Forest bordering Morrowind due to the mistranslation. That would make sense. That would like that. Or if they call it like or whatever the people of Morrowind call it, like, I don't know, Shan Mora. They call it Shan Mora and it's a forest. I don't know what Shan means. It's just, whatever. But then the Imperials would call it Shan Mora Forest. Not realizing that Mora means forest. The story for the name of Hammerfell is so confusing. Because there's different explanations that came at different points in the series' history. One is a dwarf king threw Volendrung, I believe, and it landed in Hammerfell, and that's where they went, so they named it Hammerfell. Like Lake Bodensee in English. Does Bodensee mean lake? Or the Sahara. Sahara means desert.
Excuse me, did you say something?
Yeah, I'm curious. What's going on here? Gracefully sprawled before you, asked that I follow him to the secluded getaway from the Draenum Spa. I accepted, though now I cannot imagine why. The trip was too much for him and he flopped onto the ground. Perhaps it's some condition these Indoril have, too much excitement, and they literally can't stand for it. Whoa, what kind of excitement? While you're here, could you help a fellow Outlander? Just give him a good shake and maybe he'll wake up. Wake up. Okay, you could have done that. All right. What was that about? What I never understood is how it later became Malakat's artifact. The Daedric princes can just take claim of whatever they want. Spellbreaker was also a Dwemer creation that was co-opted by Periite. Does anyone care what the Dwemer call places? Well, it's not that people would care what they call places, but like if they were the first ones to settle the area and they named it that thing, then other people would be like, well, we'll call it that thing then. Like, we didn't have a name for it at first, so we'll just call it by what they call it. Makes sense, but that's not a Dwemer name. That is true. Well, maybe they called it Hammerfell in Dwemer, and then it was translated to English or whatever the common, and the common translation was Hammerfell. See attack on mouth damage. Tamrielic? Yeah, I guess that works. Iso uses the Skyrim model for Volendrung. So, much like the princes, artifacts can change their appearance freely. Perhaps on the whim of the wielder or user, it changes. Or perhaps it takes the form of whatever the viewer assumes it would look like. So the only reason why Volendrung looks like a Skyrim weapon in Iso is because you assume it would. So it's your fault. Thanks. You ruined Iso. That was the one thing. That was the one flaw with Iso, and it's your fault. You can find Volendrung in Morrowind. Yeah, it's in Jaeger and Bagarn's chest. Or in the chest in Irem. It's not very good. And it's funny, because it's not like it wasn't a Daedric artifact at the time. It was a Daedric artifact in Daggerfall. It's a Dwemer hammer. It's the same as a Dwemer warhammer. Right, is that the weapon you get in Daggerfall? Yep, you get Volendrung from Malakath in Daggerfall. The Hammer of Might, Volendrung is said to have been created by the dwarves of the now abandoned clan of Workin, hundreds of years before they disappeared from the world of Tamriel. Oh wow, it's the same clan that made Spellbreaker. It has the ability to grant health to its wielder, but it is best known for the paralyzing and strength-leeching effects it has when cast at enemies. Like the dwarves who created it, Volendrung is prone to disappearing suddenly, resurfacing sometimes in days, sometimes eons. Maybe that was the lore they were going with at first. Everything the dwarves make disappear, including themselves. They make more of themselves and they disappear. Because Spellbreaker in Daggerfall... The hero of nope. There's the lore about it. Battle of Work in Shalador. The Spellbreaker protects its wielder almost completely from any spellcaster, either by dispelling magics or by silencing the mages that are about to cast the spell. It is said the Spellbreaker still searches for its original owner, and will remain the property of anyone else, and will not remain the property of anyone else for very long. Yeah. Spellbreaker was a Morrowind and Skyrim thing. No, it's in Daggerfall. You get it from Periot. I don't know if the Work in Shalador lore was lore at the time of Daggerfall. It's in Tamrielic lore by Jaeger and Vagarn, but I don't know if that was true prior. How did it come to be associated with Malakath? Malakath just wanted it, I guess? I don't know. Do you count Dawnbreaker as a Dwemer weapon? Does the lore state it as a Dwemer weapon? Or does it just kind of look like one? Because if it just kind of looks like one, I mean, that's coincidence. I think it's more Elven. It debuted in Skyrim. Yeah, so it's rather new. It was an Auroran weapon. I guess that makes sense. It kind of... Yeah, it does look very Auroran. What is this? Oh, is this like a... Oh, it's a lava flow. Oh, neat. Lava flows in Morrowind? What? I can't believe I liked an Elven craft. Well, maybe it's not Elven. Maybe it's Daedric in origin. Maybe Elven weaponry is modeled after Auroran stuff. What's my least favorite Daedric artifact? Ooh, least favorite Daedric artifact. That's probably easier to answer than least favorite Daedra. In which game? In Daggerfall, it's probably all the weapons, because they break after a while, and then that's it. In Morrowind, I don't know, the Ring of Khajiit's kind of underwhelming. In Oblivion, the Mask of Clavik is vile. And in Skyrim, the Mask of Clavik is vile. The Sanguine Rose. Yeah, the Sanguine Rose is kind of boring too. I mean, the Sanguine Rose is great in Oblivion because you can use it to move on with the main quest. You know, you don't feel bad giving it up because it's so boring. You can't repair weapons in Daggerfall or just Daedric artifacts. Enchanted weapons, enchanted items have a limited lifespan. When they run out of their magic juice, they break. And they're gone. Ring Khajiit and Oblivion was your favorite? Couldn't believe you could have so much chameleon on one object. Yeah. I just wish there was a way... There's probably a mod for it. Where you could disable the chameleon effect. Like the appearance of it. Because I hate being invisible. I hate having invisible hands. Okay. See the distance we've walked? Quite far. We came down this way. And then... I think we came down here and then we backtracked. Wait, no, we came down this way. Then we backtracked up. And went to here. And then came across this way. Came down. And we went this way, this way, this way, this way. And here. That's our path we've taken so far. It doesn't look like a straight shot at all. No, we're exploring. We're taking the scenic route. Slew ferns. What's another interesting weapon that's kind of in the area? Kind of getting bored of the ebony blade. There's Nerevar's axe. Ooh. Where is that? Bit of a deviation into the sea to find the sunken fort, but it's a solid one-handed axe. So it's in the sea between us and Vardenfell right now? I thought that was my laptop fan. Your computer's about to take off. Hold the map. Okay, I think I know where it is. It's actually north of us. North of Teknil Ashashulpi. That's the name of this ruin. If you're curious. Ah, flying buttresses. Okay, the universe doesn't want me to be near this ruin for some reason, so let's leave. The wind is winding. My lore question is, why is Gorak Manor like that? It's a party house. Inside the game or in real life. No, whatever that wind was yelling at me. Why are they so different from the... Why the... Like, the sexual dimorphism with netches is ridiculous. Welcome to the stream. Consummate... Not consummate, no, yeah, consummate Vs, consummate Ws. Although I guess Ws are just a bunch of Vs. This just adds more evidence, even though this is not technically canon, but that Vardenfell sort of sunk, and that's why all the rivers are sloughs. They're called Ws, not double Vs, but they look like Vs. Isn't it double V in French? I believe so. W. Or W. I regret getting rid of all those water... Oh, I didn't. I didn't get rid of the water-breathing potions. Awesome. Do I speak French? I don't. They should play an axe-wielding Argonian, so this is a go-to. Yeah, Argonians can breathe underwater. Very convenient. I feel like Argonians shouldn't be able to breathe underwater. They should just have, like, a really long... They should be able to hold their breath for a really long time. Because they feel more iguana-like than amphibious. Unless the Hist turned salamanders into Argonians. Yeah, this is a Velothi chest. This place is old. So why are there septums? Wait a minute. Some lizards can breathe underwater. Okay, then. Can Galapagos iguanas breathe underwater, though? What lizards can breathe underwater? The Asian monitor? Oh. Are you sure it's breathing and it's not just waiting and watching? Oh, so many fish. Can use the collops to make water-breathing potions if need be. Asian monitors can stay underwater for a long period of time. Nola can breathe underwater for short periods of time. Can they... can they actually breathe underwater though, or are they doing something different? Like, you know that one spider that like creates a bubble of air around its butt. So it's not really breathing underwater. Well, it's breathing underwater in that it has air to breathe underwater, but it's not breathing water. I'm not a lizardologist. I ain't no lizard doctor or nothing. But I'm pretty sure anoles breathe through their butts. That's why they got the name. Anole do the air bubble thing? Yeah, so that doesn't count. I'm only a burial doctor. That's all I know. Dr. Corpse, that's what they call me. What is needed to make water-breathing potions? Do corpus-infected Argonians become mini-Godzillas? Yes. Scales and pearls. Boots and cats. There should be a plot line where, to avoid the disease, a section of Dunmer, a section of elves. Ooh, Narvar's axe. Awesome, we got it. We'll look at that when we get out of here. A subset of the elves should electively become undead, become vampires, so they can resist disease, and never have to worry about becoming corpus-afflicted individuals. Another piece of media might have done this, but I think it could work. Drago just living their life, and then you come rampaging through the place. Well, if they shouldn't have been here if they knew there was loot. Can't make potions during battle, but I'm not in battle. I'm just getting attacked by water. Potion crafter. I'm currently embroiled in battle. I need only your strongest potions. Damn it, I have no way of healing. I'm gonna die. What if I just eat these pearls? The Thurgy do! Yeah, it's apparently pronounced Theurgy, not Thurgy. But Thurgy is cuter, so. Hackle Lowleaf, Pearl, Luminous Rusula, and Quamacuddle. Hackle Lowleaf. Interesting. Luminous Rusula has it as a first effect, but I don't have any of those. What if I just drink the water really fast? Hmm. If I had some way of teleporting, that'd be convenient. I hate that I can't actually use it. Can I use my mortar and pestle underwater? Fortify axe, resist normal weapons, and fortify luck. Maybe the luck will help. Oh, what if we seduce the water? Well, I'm glad I didn't save inside the place, so now we can make some preparations to actually get inside and not die. We should go to Old Ebonheart first. It's a brutal swim for non-Argonians. Yeah, a little bit. Which brings us to the age-old question, can water get wet? No. Water imparts that quality, but only... water imparts that emergent property. I'm convinced the canon race to play Morrowind as is an Argonian. It definitely helps differentiate between the people who know the memes and the people who don't. We are not the same. Where's my... There it is. I like boots too much. Yeah, boots are convenient. There are a lot of good boots in the game. There's a mod. There are mods that let you wear boots as an Argonian. I would define wet as if you touch the thing and go, ugh. Or like just like, ugh. That's my definition of wet. If there's not enough moisture on it to make you go like, ugh, then it's not wet. See, because the truth of the matter is, the term wet is merely descriptive of a state of something. It's not like a it's not like a scientific. It's not a property of the universe. It's just the way we describe stuff. It depends where. Well, yeah, because you wouldn't touch some. If you're in a swimming pool, you wouldn't touch something and go, because you're in the pool. Like, it's not gonna feel like anything, so you wouldn't describe it as wet, because it's not wet. It's in a pool. It'll be wet when you take it out of the pool.
Moon and Star, I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, bottle gnomes. Funny name. Is soup wet? Is a taco a soup? I want to create all those nonsense questions that, like, those internet meme questions or those viral questions that make no sense whatsoever. Like, that have an obvious answer. But just, really dig in and argue about it. Like, is a hot dog a sandwich? No, that's not the question you want to ask. Is a hot dog a soup? Is mayonnaise an instrument? Yeah, exactly. Not the way I use them. Is a melted ice cube of broth? Well, no, that's too close to having an actual debate. Like, it needs to be so absurd that, like, you couldn't argue for one of the sides because it's so obviously not true. But you do it anyway because it's funny. Do you think high elves have freckles? And if they do, what color are the freckles? They'd probably be like a beige. They probably wouldn't have freckles though. They probably see that as like blemishes on themselves, and then they eugenic their way out of it. High elves love their purity. Why is that tower floating? Why does it float? Ow. Freckles are always a darker hue of your skin tone, though. Well, yeah, high elves are like yellow, and so they'd have like a beige, or like a darker yellow, like a beige, or like an orange, like a bronze. I guess bronze isn't really beige. I was thinking like a desaturated bronze. What's the point of walls? You know, I'm not even gonna finish that. We'll just let that float. For the people who aren't watching, they'll be like, "What? What are you talking about? Why am I getting another phone call?" Kagudi can't fly. For now.
All hail under the
Move.
drape, citizen.
I've been working on a thing.
I suppose it is my duty to help those less fortunate.
The
the prey approaches.
Oh, he has a Cash's Lock Splitter. Buy a few of these before we leave. Sell him these Dwemer things. We'll sell him this spoon. Yeah.
What's this about?
No water breathing potions. Do you have... We say Luminous Rusula? You have Luminous Rusula? You have a Luminous Rusula. Where is it? I lost it. There it is. Doesn't restock. Cool. Hate her. I hate her. She's evil.
I suppose it is my duty.
Excuse me, did you say something?
So what's this regarding?
Alright, how long does this last? 9 seconds. That sucks. There's an alchemist in Old Ebonheart. Let's go to them.
I'm not busy now. What do you
This
need?
way.
Happy to help. What's your problem?
Oh, she just has water breathing potions. Do they restock? They don't. None of the NPCs in this in Tamara Rebuilt have restocking potions. Well, if we can't breathe underwater, we could at least heal ourselves while we die underwater. And we'll just sell her a bunch of these gems to get our money back. What else you got? Rejuvenation potion. Restore health, restore fatigue. Oh, wow. Does that restock? Nope. Oh, wait. Yes. Meh. Nope, doesn't. Water is 2 hydrogen and an oxygen, so just breathe the hydrogen. Oh, duh. I mean, the oxygen. Yeah, you're right. Such a fool. Are the things for the Mages Guild quest to get that guy out of the sewer stocked before the quest starts? I don't know. Probably. Do gills separate the elements? No. Nah, fish aren't performing fission underwater. It's the fission fish. Hence the word. No, there's oxygen dissolved in water. Some fish have to breathe air because there's not enough oxygen in the water, so they have to surface and suck down some of the air. That's the sound they make. I mean, separating the hydrogen from the oxygen of a water molecule isn't... You could do that with electricity. It's, hydrolysis. But fish aren't doing that. But there are electric fish, so maybe they could. How many fish would it take to power a small city using their fission gills? Yeah, hydrolysis. Is it a thing that they use for like DNA? I remember learning about this in biology class back in high school. It's basically they put DNA inside like a solution filled with like a sort of gelatin kind of a thing, and they would put like a cathode and an anode on different sides of the pool that they're in, and the DNA strands would get pulled across the substrate, but different sized ones would get pulled a different distance. So it would basically make it so the lengths of DNA were like in lines across the medium. But I'm half remembering something I probably half learned more than a decade ago. So but I believe that used hydrolysis, or that was like partial hydrolysis or something. Do Argonians dream of electric fish? I'm surprised Argonians don't have lightning powers. That seems like something the Hist would want to give them. I think that's how Nile Red pulled DNA out of strawberries. Oh, there you go. It's all just chemistry. Where is that? Where is that fort? I think my favorite part of all of Nile Red's videos is that even though he makes everything he does seem very, like, chaotic and slapdash, he takes safety very seriously. Like, you could tell it's like it's a point of, not a point of interest, it's just, it's something he doesn't take lightly. And I can appreciate that. Because there's, yeah, you just don't be reckless. I have serious doubts about that. No, he does some dangerous stuff, but he's safe about it. That's the thing. Chemistry is dangerous, but there are ways of taking precautions to make it as safe as possible. There are other people who do chemistry on YouTube who like safety isn't even like, it's not even like a number 10 priority. Releasing military-grade stink in the woods. Yeah, it's okay to just air things out and it'll dissipate. I mean, what do you think fume hoods do? They just dissipate it all into the atmosphere. I'm talking about personal safety. The ecological safety is a different question. But I don't think he's dumping, you know, gallons of arsenic into the local stream or anything. I mean, there was the thing where he isolated and sniffed cyanide, so that was probably dangerous. But it was one of those things where it's like it was such controlled danger, and it wasn't just like, hey, wacky chemistry, whoops, you know. And at the very least, any danger that he does, like, it's all, what's the point I'm trying to make? Like, the chemistry side of stuff that he does is he takes the precautions necessary. Like, there are definitely, like, I see people on, not even chemistry people on YouTube, just people on YouTube who are doing stuff, like even woodworking, and they're not wearing goggles. Like, dude, what are you doing? You're setting a bad example. Think about the children. I'm a chemist. That dude is sketchy. Yeah? Oh, well, he seems to do things safely. I just, the things he does are probably not... Honestly, hope he's faking a lot of these things. Oh, well, I've been fooled then, if that's actually the case. That he's actually not being safe. It seems safe. Maybe I'm fooled by the act by the act of wearing goggles. There's the fort. That's all you need is goggles. I mean, the actual things that he does can be dangerous, but I feel like he goes about it in a safe-ish way. Like, it's like, this is as safe as you could do what I want to do. That's at least the vibe I'm getting. Perhaps he has successfully tricked you into thinking he's smarter than he really is. But isn't that the point of life? I'm trying to think, what was the most potentially dangerous thing he did? Like, the actual chemistry part of it that was actually dangerous. Like, the process of doing the chemistry. The post stuff, like sniffing cyanide, that's certainly dangerous. But that's not really chemistry. That's just being a jackass. I'm thinking, like, the actual process of, the science stuff. Making bromine. Well, I mean, how else are you going to get bromine if you don't make it? But was the process he used to make it explicitly more dangerous than it would have been if he were just doing it in like a regular non-YouTube lab? The old bromine vids he made in his garage for me. Well, yeah, but those were the old vids. Now he's got an actual lab. I'm talking about now. Because I remember, did I watch an interview with him or some video with him where he was talking about how his old stuff was very slapdash, but now he's gotten, like he recognized the almost the duty he has to not be super reckless in that regard, which is why they have an actual lab now. But I'm not a chemist, so maybe it's just because the bar is so low. Eating or drinking anything in a lab is a fireable offense in any lab I've worked in. Well, if you own the lab, you can do whatever the hell you want. I suppose that's a good point. But I'm trying to think, like, he made a cookie out of its base ingredients that he ate. But I wouldn't really even call that chemistry. I mean, cooking is chemistry, but, you know, I wouldn't call that, like, chemistry. Trying to think, there's another YouTube chemistry guy who, when I saw the video, I was like, this is like if Jackass were doing chemistry. This seems really unsafe. Like, I think what he does with the stuff afterwards, like when he makes super concentrated Red Bull or whatever, like, that's not the chemistry part of it. That's the YouTuber side. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the chemistry stuff. You know, there's the YouTuber Jackass. There's a YouTuber dumb shit. And then there's the chemistry stuff. And the chemistry stuff seems to follow safety protocols. You know, at least some sort of safety protocols. But yeah, maybe I'm a fool. I should actually look into this more. I mean, a lot of the research he does ends up takes him to, like, really, like, obscure scientific papers. So I assume he looks into the stuff decently well before he actually tries it. But I mean, chemistry is risky. Isn't the lifespan of a chemist actually significant? It's like a few years shorter than your standard person. Just because chemistry is dangerous by just default. You know, no matter how safe you are with chemistry, it's dangerous. Used to be a lot worse when people were pipetting things by mouth. Oof. Yeah, like what I'm saying is like you know, now Red's not doing that shit. He seems to be not reckless. You know, I'm not even going to try to justify what I said. I'll look more into it. It has the appearance. But I guess appearances can be deceiving. I think it might be just the bar is low. Because there's just so many people who are doing so much dangerous stuff. Not even chemistry related. Dangerous stuff and not wearing eye protection, and it drives me wild. Like, you only get 2 of those. And losing one is still pretty significant. But I'm also a guy, I wear goggles when I cut onions because that actually helps keep the sulfur dioxide out of your eyes so you don't cry. I don't do it for a safety thing, I do it because I hate crying when I'm cutting onions. Like, if I lose my capacity for a sense, I want it to be because of, like, a long process of my own negligence. I don't want it to be from a serious accident. You know what I mean? I want it to be like, oh, I should have done this different. I shouldn't have done this for the last 30 years. Oh, I should have brought some sort of teleport scroll to get out of here. Well. I used to have a job cutting onions. It's incredible how much it hurts. That's why you wear goggles. If you wear chem lab goggles, you will not cry when cutting onions. I guarantee it. And I'm not saying that as a paid show for Big Goggle. They don't pay me enough to say that. I mean, never mind. Where's his axe? I shouldn't have saved. Well. Narratively spurious cyborg is a goggle shill. Oh my god, he wears goggles too. Oh, restore health on a shield. Oh, we can only have one shield at a time, and I don't want to... Oh, that levitate will make us faster. The room opposite the ramp that we went up? Yeah, I figured that. I wear eye protection when I'm soldering, after nearly winding up with molten solder in my eye once. Oof. Do you vent while soldering, though? The fumes that come off of when you're soldering, though, that's the flux. It's not gaseous lead. It's not lead vapors. What is flux? Like, I know what it's for, but what is it? Like, chemically. Depends on the type. Rosin? Oh, so it's just... it's just, what is it, like a plant material? It's like a sap? You probably still don't want to breathe it in. Just because it's not gaseous lead doesn't mean you want to breathe it in. A good rule of thumb, if you can see the air, don't breathe it. I think that's a decent rule of thumb. Is that fair? I think that's fair. Lead vapor is a thing. I know it is a thing, but I don't know if... do soldering irons get hot enough to create lead vapor? Yep. No. Yep. Okay, so yeah, proper ventilation is a good idea. That's just... I mean, that's just good advice, just in general. Soldering or not. And that's why Germans open their windows in the winter. See, I related it back to some of you guys. This is annoying. Ah, here it is. Depends what it's for in metallurgy. Flux is a chemical substance added to molten metal to promote fluidity and remove impurity. Primarily, though, it's the formation of slag. I was thinking with respect to, like PCB solder. Or, like, computer soldering. The flux used in that context. I think the flux might actually do something similar. It might help with impurities as well, with soldering. I don't know, I never really did much soldering. You think the devs would put a water-breathing item somewhere in this dungeon? Well, no, you're supposed to come prepared. And, I mean, we technically did. We brought a bunch of healing potions. We just gotta deal with the stupid sound effects. How is this an axe? Feels more like a machete. I guess... could you argue that a machete is a type of axe? It's probably more of a falchion. You should rest and meditate on what you've learned. You've been holding your breath for a long time. Halfway between the sword-axe spectrum. Yeah, it's the missing link. breathing potions. I wonder how you drink them underwater. You take the top of it off. Well, they're denser than water, so the water stays above it. If it was in Animorph's cover, it'd be the fourth one turning into a sword. Only one. Orcs only need to breathe once. Oh, it's a fish. If you drink too many healing potions, will you get sick and throw up? Or would the healing potions make you not feel nauseous? Could your stomach rupture by drinking too many healing potions? Ah, that scared me. How does a fish growl? Can you throw up underwater? I don't see why not. Some fish have vocal cords, piranhas bark. But how do they... They don't have lungs. How do they push the air? Like, do piranha bark, or do they, or is that just the sound of like their teeth just clamping? They have muscles. Yeah, but muscles doesn't. How does that help? How do they push air out of not lungs? Use their swim bladder vibrating, and also fish fart to speak. It's still weird. Sound is just vibrations. Yeah, well, I know they can make sound, but I'm saying, how do they growl? I'm not arguing that fish can't make sounds. I'm arguing that they can't make lung sounds on account of not having lungs. Did you know the swim bladder evolved after lungs? I believe they're independent of each other. I'm gonna have to look that up. I have to double check. Did swim bladders evolved after lungs and are thought to have evolved from lung tissues? You think it'd be the other way around? Like, oh, here's an air sac. Oh, now we're gonna put our gills inside the air sac. Nope. We made an air sac with gills and then took the gills out of the air sac. Piranhas bark, they make their teeth chatter. Ah. But I wouldn't call that growling. That's teeth chattering. That's not like, "Rrr." You know, that's not the That's not vocal cords constricting air coming from within. Coming from within. You know, fish pee through their skin. Although I guess that's probably not a really good way of describing it, since the fish don't pee. I guess it depends if it's a saltwater or freshwater fish, but their method of excreting or holding ammonia is a little more complicated than ours. Due to osmosis. You're just sucking stuff or pushing stuff in and out of their bodies. The most fascinating thing is how eyes evolved, light-sensitive cells that organized into sheets of light-sensitive cells, which then bent and closed around the complex structures over millions of years. And eyes evolved independently several times. Because even though they're complicated, the idea of, or just like the development of like light-sensitive patches becoming more and more focused is so beneficial that it just developed a bunch. It's pretty cool. Goats have weird eyes. What the hell was that thing? That was a... It was a bug. Crazy how they all more or less look the same after that. I don't know if all eyes look exactly the same. I mean, you got chitons, which have crystalline eyes. But yeah, there's only so many ways you can make a pinhole camera. Pretty much. I'd rather have a cliff racing than that thing. It looked bigger than it actually was. They're actually not that big. They're about the size of your head. Goats have weird rectangle eyes. Yeah, I believe that that's because it makes it easier for them to see, like, horizontally. Like, it gives them better definition for, like, wide scanning. As opposed to, like, a cat, which has, like, very slit eyes because it lets them focus on one thing. The pistol shrimp and its weird eyes. Yeah. You got compound eyes, which are also strange. Did I make it to Gorn? We did. And we also got Naravar's axe. We swapped out our weapons. It's got a very low condition too, so that sucks. Oh, we didn't drop this. Just leave the ebony blade on the side of a cliff. Did I find the treasure of Gorn? Shit. Yeah. Oh, no, not that. Oh, that was water walking. Was the treasure of Gorn an Argonian fighting a guy named Kirk? Called the Explorer's Belt, it would have been thematic. We might have to go back then. What does it do? Constant effect, fortify athletics and acrobatics. Eh. There has to be a reference to the Gorn on Gorn, right? If there's not, that's upsetting. I'm upset. We maxed out our endurance, hooray. Oh, it's a mole crab farm. They're very cute. What's the point of the... so they don't get out. Oh, these give you water breathing. Alright, I think we'll end here for now. I think what we'll do tomorrow, we'll continue this way, come back around, cross Almasthir, come back this way, and then follow this out on the outside, and then maybe corkscrew in to Narcissus. I think Almasthir is right here, so we'll go like that. Or maybe we can go this way? No, we'll go this way. And then across. Yeah, that works. Skip Necrom. Yeah, I mean, there's really not a ton. That place is amazing in and of itself. We went towards Necrom, but we didn't go into Necrom. That place is too much of a maze. We'd be stuck there forever. Well, isn't there a really good item there? You can grave rob. Like some sort of acrobatics thing. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for joining everybody. Do we want to raid someone? Is anybody to raid? No. I don't know who to raid. Alright, see you everybody. See you tomorrow. And we're probably not going to be finished by tomorrow, but we will continue onward.